സ്വാഗതം. എല്ലാ ടീം ഓണേഴ്സിനും മാനേജേഴ്സിനും എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈ ഓപ്ഷനിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. 12 ടീമുകളാണ്, 3 പൂളുകൾ. ജനുവരി 10, 11, 12 തീയതികളിലാണ് ടൂർണമെന്റ് നടക്കുന്നത്. OP ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ടൂർണമെന്റ്. 4ാമത്തെ സീസണാണ്. ടൂർണമെന്റിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ബോള് ആഷസ് ആണ്. ആഷസിന്റെ ബോളാണ് ടൂർണമെന്റിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണത്. പിന്നെ മൊത്തം ഒരു ടീമിൽ 15 പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന് നമുക്ക് ലേലം ചെയ്തെടുക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഏകദേശം 300ഓളം പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ഈ ഓപ്ഷനിലുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇത്രയും പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 389 സതീഷ്. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 389 സതീഷ്. ആൾക്ക് പകരം വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പില്, ഓണേഴ്സ് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആളുടെ പേരറിയില്ല, ആളായിരിക്കും. ആ വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പിലൊരു ഫോട്ടോ ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. വന്നിട്ടില്ല. പ്ലെയർ എല്ലാരും കണ്ടെന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. പേരെനിക്കറിയില്ല. ഈ പ്ലെയറിന്റെ പേരറിയോ? റെനിൽ എന്നാണ് പേര് കേട്ടോ. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 389 റെനിലാണ്. സതീഷ് കുമാറിന് പകരം, സതീഷേട്ടന് പകരം റെനിൽ കുമാർ. സതീഷ് കുമാർ ക്യാൻസൽ ആണ്. പകരമാണ് ഈ പ്ലെയർ റെനിൽ. ഞാൻ ആഡ് ചെയ്ത പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന്റെ പേര് പറയാം, ഒന്ന് നോട്ട് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചു. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 426. ഒന്ന് സൈലന്റ് ആവും, ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ്. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 426 ആഡ് ചെയ്ത പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന് ഒന്ന് നോട്ട് ചെയ്തോ. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 426 വിഷ്ണു തനിമ. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 427 വിഷ്ണു കാട്ടപ്പൻ. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 428 ശ്യാം. പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ, 3 പേര്. 389ന്റെ പകരക്കാരൻ നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു, പറഞ്ഞതിൽ നിന്നാണ്. 426 വിഷ്ണു തനിമ. $425 സതീഷ് ഉണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. അല്ല, ഇത് ആഡ് ചെയ്ത പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ആണ്. 400. ആ ലിസ്റ്റിൽ എത്ര പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് വരെ ഉണ്ട്? ഉണ്ടാ? ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? 421 വരെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ 422 മുതൽ നോക്കിയാൽ മതി. 22 ആഷിഖ്. 22 ജിൻസം ഭായ് 22 ഇട്ടെ. 422 ആഷിഖ്. 423 അനുരാഗ്. 424 അഖിൽ പ്രകാശൻ. 425 സതീഷ്. 426 വിഷ്ണു തനിമ. 427 വിഷ്ണു കാട്ടപ്പൻ. 428 ശ്യാം. ഇത്രയും പ്ലേയേഴ്സാണുള്ളത്. ആരാ? എനിക്ക് പറഞ്ഞതല്ല. എത്ര? 145 ക്യാൻസൽ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. 145 നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞ ക്യാൻസലിന് പകരമാണ് ഗോഡ്സൺ. 145 നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞ ക്യാൻസലിന് പകരമാണ് ഗോഡ്സൺ. ഇനി എന്തെങ്കിലും ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇനി കോൾ വരുന്നത് കോൾ 1, കോൾ 2 സോൾഡ് ഓർ അൺസോൾഡ് ആയിരിക്കും. കോൾ 1, കോൾ 2 രണ്ട് ചാൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. കോൾ 1, കോൾ 2 കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സോൾഡ് ഓർ അൺസോൾഡ് ആയിരിക്കും. ഓക്കെ, കോൾ 2 കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയ ടൈം ഉണ്ടാവും, ഒരു ചെറിയ ഗ്യാപ്പ് എല്ലാവരും നോക്കാനുണ്ടാവും. സോൾഡ് ഓർ അൺസോൾഡ് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് ബാറ്റൺ പൊക്കിയാലും നമ്മളത് ജയിക്കില്ല. അതുപോലെ ഒരേ സമയം 3-4 ബാറ്റൺസ് റേസ് ചെയ്താൽ അത് കണക്കിലെടുക്കും. ഓക്കെ, റേസ് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം പിന്നെ താഴ്ത്താനുള്ള ഒരു ഓപ്ഷൻ ഇല്ല. അപ്പോൾ സമയം എടുത്ത് പൊക്കിയാൽ മതി എന്നുള്ളതാണ്, കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ വരാണ്ടിരിക്കാനാണ്. പിന്നെ പ്ലേയേഴ്സിൻ്റെ ലേലം വന്നത് 1000 മുതൽ 3000 രൂപ വരെ 200 രൂപ വെച്ചിട്ട് 3 to 10 500 രൂപ, 10,000-ൻ്റെ മുകളിലോട്ട് 1000, അങ്ങനെയാണ് വന്നത്. മൊത്തം 50,000 രൂപയാണ്. ബേസ് പ്രൈസ് 1000 ആണ്. വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും സംശയം? തുടങ്ങാലോ. സെറ്റല്ലേ? തുടങ്ങാലോ. എല്ലാവരും റെഡിയല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ വൺസ് അഗൈൻ വെൽക്കം ടു ഫോറസ്റ്റ് യുണൈറ്റഡ് പ്രസൻസ് OPL സീസൺ 4 ഓപ്ഷൻ. ആൻഡ് നൗ ഇറ്റ്സ് ടൈം ഫോർ ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്ലെയർ. OPL സീസൺ 4-ലെ ആദ്യ പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 272, 272, അശ്വിൻ അച്ചു ഓൺ സ്ക്രീൻ. സ്റ്റാർട്ട്. എനി ബിഡ് ഫോർ അശ്വിൻ അച്ചു? Any bid for Ashwin Achu? Call 1 for Ashwin Achu. Any bid? Call 2 for Ashwin Achu. Any bid? And the player is unsold. The player is unsold. And the next player number 144, 144, is on screen. And it's Safir. Player number 144, Safir on screen. Start. Any bid for Safir? 4,000. Any bid for Safir? 4,000. Any bid for Safir? 4,000. Call 1 for Safir. Call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 255, 255. It's Nizam PA. Player number 255, Nizam PA on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Nizam PA? Any bid? Call 1 for Nizam. Call 2 for Nizam, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 265, 265, Krishna Prasad K. On screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Krishna Prasad? Any 1,000 bid for Krishna Prasad? Call 1, any bid? Call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 110, 110. Player number 110, Sonu Sanish on screen. Start പറഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം മാത്രം ബാറ്റൺ റൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ കാണില്ല, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. Started with ACA and PCs with 1,200. PCs with 1,200. 1,200 bid from PCs. 1,400 bid from ACA. 1,400 bid from ACA. 1,400 bid. Call 1, 1,400. Call 2 for 1,400. And the player is sold to ACA for 1,400 rupees. 1,400 രൂപക്ക് ഇന്ന് ദിവസത്തെ ലേലത്തിലെ ആദ്യ താരം ACAക്ക് വേണ്ടി പോകുന്നു. Congratulations. And the next player number 184, Rajesh Babu on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Rajesh Babu? 1,000 bid from Paramil Fighters. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is sold to Paramil Fighters for 1,000 rupees. Player number 184, Rajesh Babu, the all-rounder. And the next player number 302, 302. It's Srijit on screen, another all-rounder from Guruvayur on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Srijit? Any bid for 1,000 for Srijit? Any 1,000 bid for Srijit? Call 1 for Srijit. Any bid for 1,000? Call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 291, 291. And it's Sanoop on screen, an all-rounder from Pattigad. Sanoop on screen, starting with 1,000 bid from DD, 1,200 from PCs, 1,200 bid from PCs for Sanoop, 1,200, call 1, 1,200, call 2, and the player is, 1,004, 1,600 from Paramil Fighters for Sanoop, 1,600 bid from Paramil Fighters for Sanoop, 1,600 bid, call 1, 1600 bid, call 2. And the player is sold to Paramil Fighters for 1600. Player number 291, and it's Sanoop. Congratulations to Paramil, and all the best to Sanoop. The next player, player number 237, 237, Anish Babu on screen, starting with 1000 bid. Starting with 1000 bid. Any 1000 bid for Anish Babu. Any 1000 bid. Call 1 for Anish Babu. Call 2, and the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 278, 278. It's Nantu Krishna on screen, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. 1000 bid from DD, 1200 from PCs, 400 from DD, 400 bid from DD, 400 bid, call 1. 400 moves to 600, 1600 bid from PCs, 1600 bid from PCs for the player, 1600 moves to 1800 from Presidents, 11. 2000 bid from Forest United, 2000 bid, 2200 from Presidency, 11. 2200 bid from Presidency, 2400 bid from Tanima, 2400, 2600 Presidency, 2600, 2.8, 2.8, 3K bid, first 3K bid, Presidency 11, bidded, 3500 Tanima, 3500 Tanima for Nantu Krishna, 3500 bid, call 1, 3500 bid, call 2, 3000, 4000, okay, 4000, Ada tissue keeper, okay, 4000, Alla tissue, 4000 bid, call 1, 4000 bid, 4500 Tanima again, 4500, 4500 bid from Tanima, call 1, 4500 moves to 5000, 5000 bid from Legends of Lords, 5000 bid from Legends of Lords, call 1, 5000 bid from Legends of Lords, call 2, and it's 5000 bid. The deal is done, and the player is sold to Legends of Lords for 5000. Player number 278, Nantu Krishna. Congratulations to Legends of Lords, and all the best to Nantu Krishna. The next player is player number 108. Player number 108, Rafi. Batsman Rafi on screen, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from King's Amma. 1000 bid straight away from King's Amma for Rafi. 1000 bid. 1200 from ACA, Arimbur. 1400, 1.4 King's Amma. 1.4 King's Amma for the player, 1.4. Call 1. 1.6 bid from ACA. 1.8 bid from King's Amma for Rafi. 1.8 bid from King's Amma for Rafi. Call 1 for Rafi for 1,800. Call 2 for Rafi for 1,800. And the player is sold to King's Amma for 1,800 rupees. Player number 108, Rafi. All the best to Rafi, and congratulations to King's Amma. And the next player is Shamir. Player number 149, Shamir on screen, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Shamir. Any 1000 bid, call 1. Any 1000 bid, call 2. And the player is Unsold. ഒരു ചെറിയ കാര്യമുണ്ട്, ഒരു സജഷനാണ്. ഒന്ന് ഫോൺ സൈലൻ്റ് ആക്കി വെച്ചാൽ വൈബ്രേഷൻ ഇട്ടാലും കുഴപ്പമില്ല, സൗണ്ട് ആക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു. ദ നെക്സ്റ്റ് പ്ലെയർ, ബെസ്റ്റ്, കറക്റ്റ് ടൈമാ. അപ്പോൾ ഒന്ന് വൈബ്രേഷൻ ഇട്ടോ ജസ്റ്റ്. ദ നെക്സ്റ്റ് പ്ലെയർ, പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 428 ഓൺ സ്ക്രീൻ, സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് വിത്ത് ഓക്കെ, പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 428 ശ്യാമേട്ടനാണ്. ഓക്കെ, സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് വിത്ത് 1000. എനി ബിഡ് ഫോർ 1000 ഫോർ പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 428. Call 1. Yes, 1000 bid from Forest United. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is sold to Forest United itself. And there it is. All the best to Sham and Forest United. And the next player, player number 175. 175. And it's Amal K on screen, starting with 1000 bid from PCs, 1200 from Tanima, 1.2 from Tanima. Any other bid? 1.4 from King's Amma. 1.4, 1.6 Magic, 1.6 Magic, 1.8 King's Amma, 2000 bid, 4S, 2000 bid from Forest United, 2000 moves to 2.2, 2.2 from King's Amma for the player, 2.2 from King's Amma for the player, player number 175, 2.2 bid. 2.4 from Tanima. 2.4 from Tanima for Amal K. 2.6 from Kings Amma. 2.6 from Kings Amma. 2.6. Call 1 for the player. 2.6. Call 2 for the player. 2.8 Tanima. A late bid. Tanima. And there it is, 3,000 bid. 3,000 bid from Kings Amma. 3,000 bid from Kings Amma for this player. Player number 175 Amal K. Call 1. 3,500 Tanima. 3,500 Tanima. 3,500 moves to 4,000. 4,000 bid from Kings Amma. For Amal K, 4,000 bid. For Amal K, 4,000 bid. Any other bid? 4,000 bid. Call 1. Call 2. And the player is sold to Kings Amma for 4,000 rupees. The player number 175, it's Amal K. And the next player is player number 288. 288. Subindran IR. Player number 288, Subindran IR on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Subindran IR? Any bid for 1,000? Call 1. Call 2. And the player is unsold. And the next player is player number 336. 336. It's Shamjit on the screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Shamjit? Any bid for 1,000 for Shamjit? Call 1. Bid for 1,000, call 2. And the player is unsold. The next player, player number 117. 117. It's Mahesh on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Mahesh? Any bid for 1,000 for Mahesh? Call 1 for Mahesh. Call 2 for Mahesh. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 206. 206. And it's Jimshad, an all-rounder on screen from Vadudala. Jimshad on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1. Any bid for 1,000? Call 2. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 146. 146. And it's Binu. Binu on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Binu? Player number 146, any bid? Call 1 for Binu. Call 2 for Binu. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 331. 331. Srijit VS on screen. Srijit VS, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid. 1,200 Magic 11. 1,400 PCs. 1,400 PCs. 1,600 Magic 11. 1,600 bid from Magic 11 for Srijit VS. 1,600. Call 1. 1,600. Call 2. 1,600. And there it is, 4S United. 1,800 bid. 1,800 bid from 4S United for Srijit. 1,800. Call 1. 1,800. Call 2. And the player is sold to 4S United for 1,800. It's player number 331, Srijit VS. And the next player is player number 223. 223. Dilip KD on screen. Starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,200 from DD. 1,200. 1,400 Tanima. 1,400 Tanima. 1.4 from Tanima. 1.4 from Tanima for this player. Player number 223. 1.4. Player number 1.6. 1.6 from Kulatingal. For the first time they are bidding here. Dilip KD. 1.6 bid from Kulatingal 11. 1.6 bid from Kulatingal 11. For Dilip. 1.6 bid. Call 1. 1.6. Call 2. 1,600. And the player is sold to Kulatingal 11 for 1,600. Player number 223, Dilip KD. All the best to Dilip KD and Kulatingal 11. The next player is player number 329, 329. It's Nidin Pidambaran on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD, 1,200, 1,400 Forest United, 1,600 Presidency, 1,800 bid from DD Kannada. 1,800 bid from DD Kannada. 1,800 moves to 2,000 Century. 2,000 bid from Century. 2,000 bid from Century for the player. 2,200 Magic 11. 2,200 Magic 11. 2,200 Magic 11. Call 1. 2,200. Call 2. 2,200, 400, 600 from Century. 400 bid from Paramil, 600 bid from Century. 2,600 bid from Century 11 for the player. 2,600 bid. Call 1, 2,600, call 2. And the player is sold to Century for 2,600. Player number 329, Nitin Pidambaran. All the best to Nitin and all the best to Century 11. The next player, player number 423, 423, Anurag on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Magic, 1,200 Paramil, 1,400 bid from Forest United, 1,600 from ACA Arimpur, 1,600, 1,800 from Paramil Fighters, 1,800 moves to 2,000, 2,000 bid from ACA Arimpur, 2,000 bid, 2K bid, 2.2 Paramil Fighters, 2.2 Paramil Fighters, 2.2 bid from Paramil Fighters for the player, player number 423, 2.4 bid, 2.4 bid from ACA Arimpur, 2,400 bid from ACA Arimpur, 2,600 bid from Paramil, 2,600 bid from Paramil Fighters. For the player Anurag, call 1, 2,600, call 2, 2,600. And the player is sold to Paramil Fighters for 2,600 rupees. Player number 423, Anurag. And the next player is player number 213, 213. Yes, he's on screen, Gopakumar, and the deal is starting with 1,000. Any 1,000 bid for Gopakumar. Call 1 for Gopakumar, 1,000 bid, any 1,000 bid, call 2 for Gopakumar. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 248, 248. And we have Dinil Das on screen, starting with 1,000. Dinil Das, starting with 1,000, any bid for 1,000, call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 118, 118, and it's Amal MA on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Tanima, 1,200 from Presidency 11, 1,200 from Presidency 11, 1,400 from Magic 11, 1,400 from Magic 11, 1,600, 1,800, 1,800 moves to 2,000, 2,200 from Magic 11, 2,200 from Magic 11, 2,200 bid, Magic 11, 2,200 bid. Player number 118, 2,200, call 1, 2,200, call 2. And the player is sold to Magic 11 for 2,200. Player number 118, the man from Chalagudi, will be playing for Magic 11 in OPL Season 4. The next player, it's player number 425, 425. So Sadishine Pagaram, Halala, sorry. Sadish is on screen, starting with 1,000, 1,000 bid from ACA, 1,200 from King Sama, 1,400 from ACA, 1,600 Forest, 1,800, 2,000, 2,000, 2.2, 2.2 bid from ACA Arimpur, 2.4, 2.6 from King's Amma, 2.8, 2.8 moves to 3,000 Presidency, 3,000 Presidency for the player, 3,000, 3.5, 3.5 bid from ACA, 3.5 moves to 4,000, 4,000 bid, 4,000, 4,500, 4,500 bid from ACA Arimpur, 5,000 bid for the second time in this auction, 5,500, 5,000 crossed for the first time in OPL Season 4 auction, 5,500 bid from ACA Arimpur for this player, player number 425, Sadish, 5,500 moves to 6,000, 6K bid from King Sama for the player, 6,500 bid from ACA Arimpur, 6,500 bid from ACA, call 1, 6,500, call 2, and there it is, Legends of Lords, 7,000 bid for this player. 7,000 bid for this player. 7,500 ACA is not going to leave this player. 7,500 bid from ACA Arimpur. Any other bid? 7,500 bid. It's call 1. 7,500. It's call 2. 7,500. The player is sold. So far, the highest bid is sold to ACA Arimpur. Player number 425, Satish. All the best to Satish and best wishes to ACA Arimpur to OPL Season 4. And in comes the new player, player number 195, 195. Vishant on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. 1,000 bid from ACA Arimpur, 1,000 bid for call 1, 1,000 bid for call 2, and the player is sold to AC Edinburgh for 1,000. The next player is player number 178. 178. Player number 178, Sanoop on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for player number 178? Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2, no bids yet for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 225. 225. And we have Bipin CB, the all-rounder from Kurukanpara on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Any bid for 1,000? Call 1. Bid for 1,000. Call 2. No bid for 1,000. And the player is unsold. Kedila. Next, Abhisri, player number 287. Okay, no yoda. Player number 287, Abhisri on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Abhisri? Call 1. Any bid for 1,000? Call 2. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 107, 107. 107, Riyas on screen from Kundamgulam, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Riyas? Any bid for 1,000 for Riyas? Call 1. Any bid for 1,000 for Riyas? Call 2. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 264. 264. Srihari CM on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Srihari? 1,000 bid from Magic 11 for Srihari. 1,000 bid. Call 1. Any bid for 1,000? Call 2 for Srihari from Magic 11. And there it is. The player is sold to Magic 11 for 1,000 rupees. Player number 264, Srihari CM. And the next player number 228. 228. And it's Anup on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Anup? Any bid for 1,000 for Anup? Call 1. Any bid for 1,000? Call 2. No bid so far, and the player is unsold. The next player number 277. 277. Sandeep Satyan on screen, a wicket keeper. Sandeep Satyan on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Sandeep Satyan? Any bid for 1,000? Call 1. No bids yet. Call 2. No bids. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 155. 155. Suraj KP, the all-rounder on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from ACA Edinburgh. Any other bid for, yes, 1,200, 1,400. Quickly, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800. 1,800, 1,800 moves to 2,000, 2,000 moves to 2,200. 2.4, 2.4 bid, quickly enough. 2.6 from ACA Edinburgh. 2.6 from ACA Edinburgh. 2.8 from DD Kannada. 2.8 from DD Kannada for the player. 3,000 bid. 3,000 bid from ACA Edinburgh. 3,000 bid from ACA Edinburgh. Call 1 for 3,000. Call 2 for 3,000. 3,500, 4,000 bid from Kolatingal. 4,000 bid from Kolatingal. 4,000 bid from Kolatingal for this player, Suraj KP. Call 1 for 4,000. Call 2 for 4,000. And the player is sold to Kolatingal 11 for 4,000 rupees. Player number 155, Suraj KP. The next player is player number 218. 218. Aravind on screen. An all-rounder Aravind on screen, starting with 1,000 bid. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1. Any bid for 1,000? Call 2. And the player, okay, 1,000 bid. Call 1 for 1,000 bid from Kolatingal. Call 2 from Kolatingal for 1,000. And the player is sold to Kulatingal 11 for 1,000 rupees. Player number 218, it's Aravind. The next player is player number 276. 276. Nikhilesh on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Nikhilesh? Any bid for 1,000 for Nikhilesh? Call 1 for Nikhilesh. Call 2 for Nikhilesh. And the player is unsold. The next player. Okay, the next player is player number 220. Shabarinath on screen, starting with 1,000. Shabarinath on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Any bid for 1,000? Call 1. 1,000. Call 2. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 341, sorry, 341. Sulfi Tadvaram on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Sulfi? Any bid for 1000 for Sulfi? Call 1 for Sulfi. Call 2 for Sulfi. And the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 326, 326. Nadi Naz on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Nadi Naz? Any bid for 1000 for Nadi Naz? Call 1, call 2, and the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 103. Srijits on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Kulatingal, 1200 from DD Kannada, 1200 from DD Kannada for this player Srijits. 1200. Call 1 for 1200. Call 2 for 1200, 1400, 1600 from Paramil Fighters, 1600 from Paramil Fighters, 1800 from DD Kannada, 1800 from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 1800, DD Kannada with the bid. Call 2 for 1800, 2000 bid from Kulatingal, 2000 bid from Kulatingal. Call 1, bid of 2000. Call 2, 2200 from DD Kannada. 2200 from DD Kannada for the player Srijits. 2200 DD Kannada. 2400 Tanima. 2400 bid. Tanima joins the party. 2400 bid for this player. 2600 from DD Kannada. 2600 from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 2600. Call 2 for 2600. And there it is, 2800 bid from Tanima. 2800 bid from Tanima for the player Srijits. 2800 moves to 3000 quickly enough. Thank you so much, DD Kannada. 3000 bid from DD Kannada for Srijit. 3000. Call 1 for 3000. Call 2 for 3000. And the player is sold to DD Kannada for 3000. For 3000 rupees, the player will play for DD Kannada. And there it is, the next player. The next player will be player number 304, 304. And we have Srinath K on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Paramil Fighters. Thank you so much. 1000 bid, 1200, 1400 from Tanima. 1400 bid from Tanima. Call 1. There it is, 1600 from DD Kannada. 1600 from DD Kannada. 1600 moves to 1800. 1800 from Tanima. 1800 from Tanima. Call 1 for 1800. Call 2 for 1800. The player is sold to Tanima for 1800. Player number 304. It's Srinath K. The next player. The next player is player number 393. 393. And we have Abdul Shani on screen. Player number 393. Abdul Shani on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Any bid for 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is Unsold. And the next player, player number 366, 366. Arun Menon on screen. Starting with 1000 bids straight away from PCs. 1200, 1400 from ACA, 1600, 1800 from Forest United. 2000, 2200 from Paramil Fighters. 2400, 2600 from Tanima. 800 from Paramil Fighters. 3.5 from Tanima, 3.5 from Tanima, 3.5 moves to 4K bid from Paramil Fighters, 4K bid from Paramil Fighters for the player, 4K bid, any other bid? 366, 4K bid from Paramil Fighters, call 1, 4K bid from Paramil Fighters for call 2, and there it is Tanima, 4.5, 4.5 bid from Tanima. A bid of 4.5 moves to 5,000 bid. Third time in this auction, 5,000 bid from Paramil Fighters for this player. Arun Menon, 5,000 bid from Paramil Fighters, call 1. 5,000 bid for call 2. And the player is sold to Paramil Fighters for the 5,000. Player number 366, Arun Menon. Congratulations. So we are starting. And the next player, player number 187 on screen. Player number 187. Krishnan on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Krishnan? Any 1000 bid for Krishnan? Any 1000 bid for Krishnan? Call 1. No bid yet. Call 2. No calls. And the player is unsold. The next player. The next player is player number 340. 340. Bijees TV on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Bijees? Call 1 for Bijees. No calls yet for Bijees. And the player is unsold. The next player, player number. And the next player, player number 354. Player number 354 on screen starting with 1000. Faisal on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid from PCs, 1200, 400, 800 from King Sama, 2000, 2.2 from Forest United, 2.4, 2.6 from Presidency, 3000, 3500 Tanima, 3500, 4000 bid, 4000 bid here from Forest United, 4500, 5000, 5500, 6000, 6000 bid quickly for that player from Tanima, 6000 bid for Faisal, 6000 bid, call 1 for 6000. Here's 6500, Magic 11, 6500, 7000 bid from Tanima, 7000 bid from Tanima for Faisal, 7500, Magic 11. So far the highest bid was 7500 and now Faisal is on 7500 from Magic 11. Call 1 for Faisal. For 7500, call 2. For 7,500, player is sold to Magic 11 for 7,500 rupees. All the best to Faisal and Magic 11 for OPL Season 4. The next player, player number 151. 151. Arun Arjunan. Arun Arjunan on screen starting with 1000. Call 1. Yes, 1000 bid from Paramil Fighters. 1200 from DD Kannada. 1200 from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 1200. 1400 from Tanima, 1600 from TD, 1600 from DD Kannada. For this player, 1600, call 1. 1600, call 2. 1800 from Paramil Fighters. 1800 from Paramil Fighters. Arun Arjunan. 1800 from Paramil Fighters, call 1. 1800, call 2. 1800, the player is sold to Paramil Fighters for 1800. Player number 151, Arun Arjunan. The next player is player number 104, 104. And here we have Arun Kukkudu on screen starting with 1000 bid from Kulathingal 11 straight away. 1000 bid, 1200, 1400 from Century, 1400 moves to 1600. 1600 from Forest United, 1600 moves to 1800 from Kulathingal, 2000 bid from Forest United, 2200 from Kulathingal, 2400 from Forest United, 2400 moves to 2600 Kulathingal, 2800 from Forest United, 3000, 3500 Tanima, 3.5 from Tanima, 4 from King Sama, 4.5 from Kulathingal, 4.5 from Kulathingal, 4.5 moves to 5000 from Tanima, 5000 bid from Tanima for the player, 5500 from DD Kannada, 5500 moves to 6000 bid from Tanima, 6.5 from DD Kannada, 7,000 bid from Tanima, 7,500 from DD Kannada, 7,500 equaling the record, and there it is, 8,000 bid from Tanima. So far, the highest earned player of this auction. 8,000 bid from Tanima for this player. Arun Kukkudu. 8,500, Legends of Lords with 8,500. 8,500 bid. Call 1 for 8,500. Call 2, the bid from Legends of Lords. And the player is sold to Legends of Lords for 8,500 rupees. Player number 104, Arun Kukkudu. Arun Kukkudu, Legends of Lords. And the next player, player number 124, Shijo. 1000 bid. 1000 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1, 4,000. Call 2, 4,000. And the player is sold 4,000. And he will be playing for DD Canada itself. Congratulations, Siju. The next player, player number 356, 356. Sravan on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000, call 1. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 123, 123. Linson on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000, call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 105, 105. And it is Sijo Varghese on screen starting with 1,000 bid from Kulathingal. 1,000 bid from Kulathingal. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player is sold to Kulathingal for 1,000. It's player number 105, Sijo Varghese, the honor itself. And the next player number 274, 274. Sharath Sagar on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and there it is, 1,000 bid from King Sama. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, 1,200 from Paramil Fighters. 1,200 for Paramil Fighters. Call 1 for 1,200, 1,400. 1,400 from King's Amma for this player. Sharath Sagar, 1,400 bid. Call 1, 1,400 bid. Call 2. And the player will be playing to King's Amma for 1,400. Player number 1, 274. It's Sharath Sagar. And the next player, player number 254 on screen, starting with Vipin IB. 1,000 bid from PCs, 1,200 from Presidency, 1,200 bid from Presidency. Call 1 for 1,200, 1,400 from PCs, 1,400 from PCs, 1,600 from Paramil Fighters for this player. 1,600 bid from Paramil Fighters. Vipin, 1,600, call 1. 1,800 PCs. 1,800 PCs, call 1. 1,800 moves to 2,000 from Tanima. 2,000 bid from Tanima, call 1. 2,000 from Tanima, call 2. 2,000, and the player is sold to Tanima for 2,000 rupees. Player number 254, it's Vipin IB. The next player is player number 381, Abhijit. Player number 381, Abhijit on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000, call 1 for Abhijit. Call 2 for Abhijit, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 367, 367. It's Nishant KS on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid, 1,200, 1,400 Presidency, 1,400 Presidency, 1,600, 1,800 from ACA. 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 2,600, 2,800 from Presidency. 3.5 from Paramil Fighters. 3.5. 3.5 moves to 4,000, 4,500. ACA Edinburgh. 4,500 from ACA Edinburgh. 4,500 from ACA Edinburgh. 5,000 bid from PCs. 5,000 bid from PCs for Nishant. 5,000 bid, call 1. 5,000 bid, call 2. 5,500, 6,000, 6,500. 6,500 from Kulathingal. 6,500 in quick time from Kulathingal. Call 1 for 6,500. Call 2 for 6,500. And the player is sold to Kulathingal 11 for 6,500. Nishant KS, player number 367. Next player. The next player is player number 113, 113. And it's Alvin Francis on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from ACA Edinburgh. 1,000 bid from ACA Edinburgh. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is sold to ACA Edinburgh for 1,000 rupees. And the next player, player number 388, 388. It's Rahim. Rahim on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1. Starting with 1,000. Call 2. And there it is. The player is unsold. The next player. The next player is player number 229. 229. Akhil PS on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,200. 1,400 from King's Amma. 1,400 from King's Amma. 1,400 King's Amma. 1,600. 1,800 PCs. 1,800 PCs. 2,000. 2,200. 2,400 Presidency. 2,400. 2,600. 2,800. 3,000 bid from PCs, 3,500, 4,000, 4,500, 4,500 bid from PCs, 5,000 bid from Presidency, 5,500 from PCs, 5,500 from PCs, 5,500 moves to 6,000, 6,000 bid from Presidency, 6,500 from PCs, 6,500 from PCs for the player, 6,500 from PCs, call 1, 6,500, call 2, 7,000, 7,500 Tanima, 7,500 Tanima, 7,500 bid, call 1, 7,500 moves to 8,000, 8,000 bid for Akhil PS, 8,000 bid from PCs, 8,000 bid from PCs for Akhil PS, call 1 from PCs, 8,500 moves to 9,000, 9,000 bid from Tanima, 9,000 bid from Tanima for Akhil, 9,000 bid, call 1, 9,000 bid, call 2, and the player is sold to Tanima for 9,000. So for the highest bid, 9,000 rupees. Player number 229, Akhil PS, will be playing for Tanima for the season of OPL 2025. The next player, Arun K, starting with 1,000. Arun K, 1,000 bid from PCs, 200, 400, 600 from Forest United, 800 from PCs, 2,000 from King Sama, 2,200 from PCs, 2,400 from King Sama, 2,600 from PCs, 800 from King Sama, 3,000 from PCs, 3.5 from King Sama, 4 from the PCs, 4.5 from King Sama, 5 from PCs, 5 from PCs, 5,500 DD Canada, 5,500 DD Canada, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000 from DD Canada, 7,500 from Kings Amma, 7,500 moves to 8,000, 8,000 bid from Magic 11, 8,500 from Century, 8,500 moves to 9,000, 9,000 bid from Magic 11, 9,000 bid from Magic 11 for the player Arun K, 9,000 bid, Magic 11, call 1 for 9,000 Magic 11, call 2 for 9,000 Magic 11, and there it is, 9,500, first 10,000 player of this auction, and it's Arun K, the machine, Magic 11 with 10,000 bid, 10,000 bid, call 1, 10,000 bid, call 2, and the player sold to Magic 11 for 10,000, the player who played for KCL in Calicut Globsters, a proud player of Thrissur, will be playing for Magic 11 for 10,000. And the next player, player number 185. And we have Vishnu Perinyanam on screen, starting with 1,000 bid from PCs, 1,200 from Paramel, 1,400 from PCs, 1,600, 1,800, 2,000, 2.2, 2.4, 2.4 from Paramel Fighters, 2.4 from Paramel Fighters, any other bid, 2.6, 2.8 DD Kannada, 2.8 DD Kannada, call 1 for 2.8, call 2 for 2.8, and the player, oh, there it is, 3,000 bid. 3,000 bid from Kulathingal, 3,000 bid from Kulathingal, 3,000 bid from Kulathingal, call 1, 3,000 bid from Kulathingal, call 2, and the player is sold to Kulathingal for 3,000, player number 185, Vishnu. The next player is player number 342, 342, Rakesh VM, on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid, any 1,000 bid for Rakesh, 1,000 bid from Paramel Fighters, call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000, and the player is sold for 1,000 for Paramel Fighters. And the next player, player number 161, 161, Gokul on screen. Sorry, Gokul on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Gokul? Any bid for 1,000 for Gokul? Call 1 for Gokul. Call 2 for Gokul, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 339, 339. And here it is, AP on screen, starting with 1,000 for AP. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1, no bid. Call 2, no bid. The player is unsold. The next player is player number 250, 250. Justin on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 204, 204. Shivadas on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000, call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player number 129, 129. It's Prijit Pidambaran. Prijit on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD Kannada, 1,200 from Presidency, 1,400 from DD Kannada, 1,400 from DD Kannada. For the player, call 1 from DD Kannada. There it is, Presidency. 1,600 bid. 1,600 from Presidency for the player. Bridges. Call one for Presidency. Oh, there it is, King Summer. 1,800 bid from King Summer. 1,800 moves to 2,000 from Forest United. 2,000 bid from Forest United for the player. 2,000 bid call one. 2,000 bid call two. And there it is, 2,200 from Kulathingil 11. 2,200 from Kulathingil 11 for the player. Bridges. 2,200 call one. 2,200 call two. And the player sold to Kulathingil 11 for 2,200. It's player number 129, Prijit Pidambaran. The next player, 397, 397. Sharath Kichu on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Sharath? Any bid for 1,000 for Sharath? Call. There it is, 1,000 bid from King Sama. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. And the player is sold for 1,000 to King's Amma. And the next player, player number 375, 375. We have Nantu on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Nantu? Call one for Nantu. Call two for Nantu. The player is unsold. The next player is player number 102, 102. 102. It's Mithun KM on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs, 1,200 from Presidency. 1,200 from Presidency, call one. 1,400 from PCs, 1,600 from Legends of Lords. 1,600, 1,800 from Presidency. 1,800 from Presidency. 2,000 bid from Legends of Lords. 2,000 bid from Legends of Lords. 2,200 from Presidency. 2,400 from Legends of Lords. 2,400, 2,600 from Presidency. 2,600 from Presidency. Call one for 2,600. 2,800, 2,800 Legends of Lords. 2,800 Legends of Lords. 2,800 call one. 2,800 call two. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 2,800. Player number 102, it's Mithun KM. The next player on screen, player number 415, 415, Nelvin, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Legends of Lords. Call one for 1,000. Call two. There it is, Presidency for 1,200. Presidency for 1,200. Call one. Presidency 1,200. Call two. And there it is, the player sold to Presidency for 1,200. Player number 415, Nelvin. The next player is player number 384, 384. Naushu on screen, starting with 1,000. Any 1,000 bid for Naushu? Any 1,000 bid for Naushu? Call one for Naushu. 1,000 bid from AC Edinburgh. Call two for Naushu for 1,000. And the player sold to AC Edinburgh for 1,000 rupees. Player number 384, Naushu Pipu. And the next player, player number 348, Shahanath. Player number 348, Shahanath on screen, starting with 1,000 bid from Forest United, 1,200, 1,400 Magic, 1,600, 1,800 from Century, 2,000 bid from Presidency, 2,000 bid, 2,200 Century, 2,200 bid from Century for the player, 2,400 from King Summer, 2,400 from King Summer, 2,600 from Presidency, 2,600 from Presidency, 2,800 from Century, 2,800 from Century, 3,000 bid from Forest United, 3,000 bid for this player from Forest United, 3,000, call one, 3,500, 3,500 from Century, 3,500, call two from Century, 3,500, and oh, there it is, 3,500 moves to 4,000, 4,500 from King's Amma, 4,500 from King's Amma. 4,500 moves to 5,000. 5,000 bid, 5,000 bid from Century. Call one for 5,000. Call two for 5,000. And the player sold for 5,000 to Century 11. Player number 348, Shahanath. And the next player, 298, 298. We have Fazal on screen, starting with 1,000. Any 1,000 bid for Fazal. Call one for Fazal. Call two for Fazal. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 401, 401. Shine Shaji on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Shine Shaji? Call 1 for Shine Shaji. Call 2 for Shine Shaji. And the player is Unsold. The next player. Player number 174. 174. Sunesh Arjunan. On screen. Starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Century. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is sold for 1000 to Century. Player number 174. Sunesh Arjunan will be playing for Century for 1000 rupees. The next player. Player number 188. 188. Rajesh Chandran on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Rajesh Chandran. Any bid for 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2. And the player is Unsold. The next player. The next player is player number 224. 224. It's Sunil PS on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. Call 1. Call 2. And the player is Unsold. The next player. Player number 412. 412. Greece on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. 1000 bid from PCs. 1200 from Forest. 1400. 1600 from Tanima. 1600 from Tanima. 1800. 2000 from ACA. 2.2, 2.4, 2.8, 3, 3.5, 4, 4,000, 4.5, 5,000, 5,000 bid from ACA. 5,000 bid from ACA. 5.5, 6,000 from PCs. 6.5, 7,000, 7.5, 8,000. 8,000 bid. 8.5, 9,000. 9,000 bid. 9.5, 10, 10, 11,000 bid from Century. First time. 11,000 from Century. 11,000 bid from Century. 11,000 moves to 12,000. 12,000 bid for Girish. 12,000 bid for Girish. The big man of Thirur. 12,000 bid right now. 12,000 bid from King's Amma. Right. 12,000 bid. Call 1. 12,000 bid. Call 2. 13,000 bid from Forest United. 13,000 bid from Forest United for this player Girish. We had seen what he had done in KPL. 14,000 bid from King's Amma. 14,000 bid. 14,000 bid for this player. Call 1 for 14,000. Call 2 for 14,000. There it is. 15,000 bid. 15,000 bid for this player Girish. 15,000 bid. 15,000 bid from Forest United for Girish. Call 1 for 15,000. Call 2 for 15,000. And the player is sold for 15,000. 15,000 രൂപയ്ക്ക് Girish, the big batter of Thirur, will be playing for Forest United in OPL Season 4, powered by Forest United itself. And now the next player. The next player, Srijit Babu on screen, starting with 1,000 bid from PCs, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600 PCs. 1,800, 2,000 from Presidency, 2,200, 2,200 from ACA, 2,200 from ACA Edinburgh, 2,400 from Century, 2,400 from Century, 2,600, 600 from PCs, 2,600 moves to 2,800, 2,800 moves to 3,000, 3.5, 4,000 from Century, 4,000 from Century, 4.5 from PCs, 4.5 from PCs. Call 1 for 4.5. Call 2 for 4.5. And the player sold to PCs for 4.5. 4,500 രൂപയ്ക്ക്. Srijit will be playing for PCs in the coming OPL Season 4. All the best to Srijit and PCs. And the next player, Hiran PG on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 from Forest, 1,200 from Presidency, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800, 2,000 from Paramil. 2.2 from ACA, 2.2 moves to 2.4 from Paramil Fighters, 2.4, 2.6, 3,000, 3,000 bid from Tanima, 3,000 moves to 3,500, 3.5 from ACA Aripur, 3,500 moves to 4,000, 4,000 bid from Magic 11, 4,500 from ACA, 5,000 from Magic 11, 5,000 bid from Magic 11 for this player, 5,000 bid, call 1. 5,000 bid, call 2. 5,500, call 1. Here from ACA Edinburgh, 5,500, call 1. 6,000, 6,500 from Magic. 6,500 from Magic. 6,500 from Magic, call 1. 6,500, call 2. And the player sold to Magic 11 for 6,500. Hiran PG, the all-rounder, will be playing for Magic 11 in OPL season 4. All the best to the player and the team. The next player, Sikesh PS. On screen, starting with 1,000 bid from PCs. Thank you. 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,200 from Forest United. 1,400 from PCs. 1,400 from PCs. 1,600 bid from Tanima. 1,800 from PCs. 2,000 bid from Tanima. 2,000 bid from Tanima for the player. 2,200 from PCs. 2,200 from PCs. Call 1 for 2,200. Call 2 for 2,200. And the player sold to PCs for 2,200. Player number 292, Sikesh. The next player, player number 238, 238. Vijay's on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for Vijay's? Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 159, 159. Fighters, 2,000 bid from Paramount Fighters. Call 1, 2,200, 2,400 from King Sama, 2,600 from Forest United, 2,800 from Paramount Fighters, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000 bid from Presidency. 4,000 bid from Presidency. For the player, 280, 4,500 Kings Amma. 4,500 Kings Amma. Call 1 for 4,500. Call 2 for 4,500. 5,000 bid from Paramount Fighters. Thank you. 5,000 bid from Paramount Fighters. For the player Ali, 5,000 bid. Call 1. 5,000 bid. Call 2. And the player sold for 5,000 to Paramount Fighters. Player number 280, Ali will be playing for Paramount Fighters. All the best to the team and the player. The next player, player number 416, 416, Prasad. On screen, starting with 1,000 bid from Presidency. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player will be playing for Presidency for 1,000. All the best to Prasad and team Presidency for OPL Season 4. The next player. The next player is player number 378, 378. Nihal on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,000 bid from Century. Thank you. 1,000 bid. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player will be playing for Century for 1,000 rupees. It's 378 Nihal. The next player, player number 399, 399. And we have Shijas on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid of 1,000. Any bid of 1,000. Call 1. Call 2. And the player is okay. Oral bat and race. So to DD Canada, the player will be playing for DD Canada for 1,000 rupees. Shijas will be playing for DD Canada for 1,000 rupees. Sold. Thank you, DD Canada. The next player. The next player is player number 169, 169. And it's Jitu. Jitu on screen, starting with 1,000. Jitu Anil Kumar on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Paramount Fighters. Thank you. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. 1,200 from Forest United. 1,400 from Magic 11. 1,600 from Paramount Fighters. Back in the auction for this player. 1,800. 800 bid from Forest United. 1,800. 2,000 bid from Paramount Fighters. 2,000 bid. 2,000 bid from Paramount Fighters. Call 1 for 2,000. Call 2 for 2,000. And the player is sold to Paramount Fighters for 2,000. Player number 169, Jitu Anil Kumar. The next player, player number 293, 293. We have Sunish MV on screen, starting with 1,000. Yes, bid of 1,000 from King Sama. Thank you so much. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to King Sama for 1,000. Player number 293, Sunish MV. The next player, 164 on screen. Player number 164, Varnan from Guruvayur on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1. Call 2. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 420, 420. And we have Achu Nanpans on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD Canada straight away. 1,200 Presidency 11. 400 from DD Canada. 400 from DD Canada. Call 1. 400 moves to 600 from Presidency 11. 600 bid. The final call from Presidency 11. 600. 1,600. Call 1. 1,600. Call 2. And the player sold to Presidency for 1,600. Player number 420. Achu Nanpens. The next player. Player number 344. 344. And we have Vijay's VV on screen starting with 1,000. Any 1,000 bid for Vijay's VV. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player. Player number 147, Gio Johnson on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Presidency, 1,200 from Kulathingal. 1,200 from Kulathingal. Call 1 for 1,200. 400 from King Sama. Call 1 for 1,400. Call 2 for 1,400. And the player playing for King Sama for 1,400. Player number 147, Gio Johnson. The next player. The next player is player number 231, 231, Jidin KB. Player number 231 on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1, call 2, unsold. The next player. Here it's player number 335, 335. And it's Akhil Tas on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Akhil Tas. Call 1 for Akhil Tas. Call 2. There it is, King Sama. Call 2. And the player sold to King's Amma for 1,000 rupees. Player number 335, Akhil Das. The next player. Player number 410, 410. And we have Safin on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Safin. Call 1 for Safin. Call 2 for Safin. The player is unsold. The next player. 256, 256. And we have Lal P. Matthew on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Lal P. Matthew? Any 1,000 bid? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player. Player number 130, 130. 130. Sijo Johnson on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from AC Edinburgh. 1,000 bid. Call 1. 1,000 bid. Call 2. And the player sold to AC Edinburgh for 1,000 rupees. Sijo Johnson. The next player. 325. 325. And we have Naushad on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Naushad? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 167, 167. We have Biju on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000 bid from DD Gandra. Thank you. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold for 1,000 to DD Kannada. Player number 167, Biju. The next player. Player number 197, 197. Vaisak Chantran on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000, 1,200, 1,400 Paramil Fighters. 1,400 bid, 1,600 Presidency. 1,600 bid from Presidency. Call 1. 1,800 from Magic 11. 1,800 moves to 2,000. 2,000 bid from Presidency. 2,200 Magic. 2,400 Presidency. 2,600 Magic. 2,600 bid from Magic. Call 1 for 2,600. 2,800 from Presidency. 3,000 bid. 3,500 from 4S United. 3,500 bid from 4S United for the player. Vaisak Chantran. 4,000 bid from Magic 11. 4,000 bid. 4,500 from Presidency. 4,500 from Presidency. 4,500 bid from Presidency. Call 1 for 4,500. Call 2 for 4,500. And there it is, Magic 11 with 5,000 bid. 5,000 bid from Magic 11 for Vaisak Chantran. 5,000 bid. 5.5 from Presidency. 5.5. Call 1 for 5.5. Call 2 for 5.5. And the player sold to Presidency 11 for 5,500. Vaisak Chantran. the big all-rounder who played to the state team. And the next player, player number 163, 163, Vishnu MK on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Vishnu MK? 1000 bid from PC Swingnashiri, thank you so much. 1000 bid. Call 1 for 1000. 1200 from Paramale Fighters, thank you. 1200 bid. Call 1 for 1200. Call 2 for 1200. And the player sold to Paramale Fighters for 1200 rupees. The next player, player number 308, 308. And it is Ramshil Razak on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. 1000 bid from DD Canada for Ramshil Razak. 1000 bid for Ramshil Razak. 1200 from Magic 11 for Ramshil Razak. 1200. Call 1 for 1200. And there it is, 1400. Back in auction for Ramshil Razak. It's DD Canada. Call 1 for 1400. Call 1. Then there it is a bid from Magic 11. 1600 is now the bid. 600. From Magic 11, call. $3,000 bid from DD. Now 400. 3,000 bid from DD Canada. Call 1. 3,000. Call 2. And the player sold to DD Canada for 3,000. Player number 309, Dinesh K. Nair. The next player, 262. Player number 262, Unni Krishnan on screen, starting with 1,000 bid from DD Canada. Thank you. 1,200 from King Sama. 1,400 DD. 1,400 bid from DD. 1,400 bid from DD. Call 1 for 1,400. There it is, Forest United. 1,600 bid from Forest United. 1,600 moves to 1,800. 2,000 bid from King Sama. 2,000 bid from King Sama for this player. 2,000 bid call 1. 2,000 bid call 2. 2,200 Forest United. Unni Krishnan for 2,200 Forest United with the bid. Call 1 from Forest United. Call 2 for Forest United. And the player sold to Forest United for 2,200. It's Unni Krishnan, the all-rounder. And the next player, player number 245, 245, Lalu on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 267, 267, Rohit Manoj on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, 182, 182. Amparish on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 from Presidency, 1,200 from PCs, 1,400, 600, 800, 2,000 from DD Canada. 2.2, 2.4, 2.6 from King Sama, 2.8 from DD Canada, 3,000, 3,500 DD Canada, 3,500 moves to 4,000 from Tanima, 4.5 from King Sama, 4.5 moves to 5K, 5K bid from Tanima, 5K bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 5K. Call 2 for 5K. 5.5 bid from Magic 11. 5.5 moves to 6,000. 6,000 bid. 6,500 bid from Magic. 6,500 moves to 7,000. 7,000 bid from Tanima. 7,000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 7,000. Call 2 for 7,000. And the player sold to Tanima for 7,000 rupees. Player number 182, Amparish. The next player, player number 284, 284. Sibyl on screen starting with 1,000. Any 1,000 bid for Sibyl. Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, 136, player number 136, Anto MJ. Starting with 1,000. Any 1,000 bid for Anto. Call 1 for Anto, call 2 for Anto, unsold. The next player, player number 150, 150. Arun Ashok on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Arun Ashok. Call 1 for Arun Ashok. Call 2 for Arun Ashok. Unsold. The next player, player number 252. 252. Ajit PA on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1. Call 2. And the player is unsold. The next player, Player number 279, 279. And we have Jomon Pijos starting with 1000. 1000 from DD, 1200, 400, 600, 800. 800 bid from DD. 2000 bid from Presidency. 2.2 from DD. 4 from Century. 6 from DD. 6 bid from DD. 2600 bid from DD. Call 1. 800, 3000 bid from Presidency. 3.5, 4000. 4.5, 4.5 bid from Magic 11. 4.5 bid from Magic 11. 5000 bid from King Summer. 5.5 from Magic 11. 6000 bid from 4S. 6500 from Magic 11. For this player, Jomon Pijos. 6500 bid from Magic 11. Call 1 for 6500. Call 2 for 6500. Player got another bid of 7000 from PCs. 7500. Quick away, straight away, Magic 11 with 7500 bid for Jomon Pijos. Call 1 for 7500. Call 2 for 7500. Jomon Pijos is sold to Magic 11 for 7500. He's a player, a big all-rounder of Thirur, Jomon Pijos. And now it's time for the next player. Player number 285 will be on the screen. Santosh PC. Starting with 1000 bid from the PCs itself. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player sold 2000 to PCs. Congratulations. And the next player is player number 283. 283. Vinesh KV on screen starting with 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 407. 407. Ashwin Krishna. Left. Starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. Call 1, call 2, and Unsold. The next player, player number 121. 121. Boni Babu. On screen starting with 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 203. 203. Salish PG. Call 1, call 2, Unsold. It's Unsold. The next player, player number 376. 376. Vaisakh on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid from PCs. 1200 from DD Kannada. 1400 from PCs. Any other bid. Call 1. 1600 from DD Kannada. 1600. 1800 from PCs. 1800. Call 1. 1800. Call 2. And the player sold to PCs for 1800. Player number 376. Vaisakh. The next player, player number 158. 158. Nimal on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Call 1. Any bid for 1000? Call 2. And the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 271. 271. We have Srijit TS on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Srijit TS? Call 1. Call 2. And Unsold. The next player, player number 317. 317. So this is Anish Chekar on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Call 1. Call 2. The player is Unsold. The next player, player number 259. 259. Midun PM on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And there it is, 1000 bid. And the player is sold to Tanima for 1000. It's Midun PM, player number 259. The next player, Tanima. The next player, player number 322. 322. And we have Krishna Das on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Call 1. Any bid for 1000? Call 2. No bids yet, and he is Unsold. The next player, player number 389. And it is Satish Kumar on screens. Oh, it's cancel. Okay. Satish Kumar no varon namala WhatsApp le kanda photo Renil. Or kanda na vijarikkunnu. 1000 bid from Paramel. Idana Renil. 1,000 bid from Paramil. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,200 from PCs. 1,200 moves to 1,400 from Paramil. 1,400 from Paramil. Call 1 for 1,400. Call 2 for 1,400. And the player sold to Paramil for 1,400. And the next player, player number 411. 411. Asif Ali. Asif Ali on screen. Starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid from PCs. Asif Ali. Call 1. 1,200. 1,400. 1,400 from PCs. 1,600. 1,600 moves to 1,800. 1,800 bid from PCs. 1,800 bid from PCs. 2,000 bid from Forest United. Ashif Ali, a player. 2,200 from PCs. 2,200. Played in the KMCC in tour. The man who plays for Raptors in Ernakulam. 2,600 bid. Sorry, 2,400 bid from Forest United. 2,400 bid from Forest United. Call 1 for 2,400. Call 2 for 2,400 from Forest United, and the player is sold to Forest United for 2,400. It's player number 411. It's Asif Ali. And the next player, player number 359. 359. Nandu Pavitran on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1. Any bid. Call 2. No bids yet, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 214. Player number 214, Faisal Faizi on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs, 1,200 from ACA Adimpur. 1,200 from ACA Adimpur. Call 1 for 1,200. Call 2 for 1,200. And there it is, 1,400 bid from DD Kannada. 1,600 bid from ACA Adimpur. 1,800 bid from DD Kannada. 1,800 bid from DD Kannada. 2,000 bid from ACA Adimpur. 2,000 bid. Call 1. ACA Edinburgh with 2,000 bid. Call 2. And the player sold to ACA Edinburgh for 2,000 rupees. It's Faisal Faizi, player number 214. Okay. The next player, player number 363, Vibin K. Vibin K on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 from PCs, 1,200 from Forest United, 1,400, 1,600 from Forest United. 800, 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 400 bid from ACA, 600 bid from Kulatingal, 2,600, 3,000, 3,500 from Forest United, 3,000, 4,000 bid from Tanima, 4,000 bid from Tanima, 4,000 bid, 4,500 from King Sama, 4,500 moves to 5,000 from Kulatingal, 5,000 bid from Kulatingal, 5,500 from King Sama, 5,500 from King's Amma for that player. 5,500 from King's Amma. Call 1. 5,500 moves to 6,000. 6,000 bid from Century 11. 6,500 from King's Amma. 6,500 from King's Amma. Call 1. 6,500. Call 2. And there it is, 7,000. 7,500 from Kulatingal 11. 7,500 bid from Kulatingal 11. 8,000 bid from King's Amma. 8,000 bid from King's Amma for this player. 8,000 bid. Call 1 for 8,000. Call 2 for 8,000. And the player is sold for 8,000 to King's Amma. It's Vibin K, player number 363. Congratulations to Vibin K and all the best to King's Amma. The next player, player number 273. No photo, cancel. Photo illathavare nammal angeerikkilla. The next player, it's player number 154. 154. Ashik CKS, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. 1,000 bid from Forest United. 1,200. 400 from King's Amma. 400 from King's Amma. Call 1 for 400. Call 2. There it is. 600. 800 from Forest United. 2,000 bid. 2,000 bid. 2,200 from King's Amma. 2,200 bid for Ashik from King's Amma. Call 1 for 2,200. Call 2 for 2,200. 2,400 from Forest United. 2,600 from King's Amma. 2,600 from King's Amma. For this player, Ashik CKS. 2,800 from AC Adimpur. 2,800 from AC Adimpur. 3,000 bid from King's Amma. 3,000 bid from King's Amma for this player. 3,000 bid, call 1. 3,000 bid, call 2. And the player sold to Kings Amma for 3,000 rupees. And it is Ashik CK is the next player. Player number 260, 260. Vishnu PS on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs, 1,200 from Presidency, 1,600, 1,800 from PCs, 1,800 from PCs. From PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. 2,000 bid from Presidency. 2,000 bid from Presidency. 2,200 from PCs. 2,200 from PCs for this player. Call 1 for 2,200. Call 2 for 2,200. And the player, call a single, 2,400. Sold. 2,400 bid from Kulatingal. 2,400 from Kulatingal. Call 1 for 2,400. Call 2 for 2,400. And the player sold for 2,400 to Kulatingal 11. It's player number 260, Vishnu PS. And the next player, player number 240, Vishnu PA, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000, call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, 319, player number 319 on screen, Balu KB, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000, call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 170, 170. Abhilash, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Presidency, 200 from Tanima, 400, 600 from Tanima, 800 from Presidency, 2,000 bid from Tanima, 2,000 bid from Tanima, 2,200 from Presidency, 400 from DD Kannada, 2,600 from Tanima, 800, 3,000, 3.5 from Forest United, 4,000 bid, 4.5, 5,000 bid from DD Kannada, 5,500 Presidency, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000, 7,500, 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, 9,500, 10,000 bid from DD, 10,000 moves to 11, 12 from DD, 12,000 bid from DD for Abhilash, 12,000 bid from DD for Abhilash. Call 1 for 12,000. Call 2 for 12,000. And the player sold for 12,000 to DD Kannada. It's player number 170, Abhilash TT. And the next player, 209, player number 209, Ashik Baburaj on screen, starting with 1,000. Any 1,000 bid for Ashik Baburaj. Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, 266, 266. Sudhi on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Sudhi? Any bid for 1,000 for Sudhi? Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 133, 133. We have Ajit on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for Ajit. 1,000 bid, call 2 for Ajit, and the player, Kulatingal 1,200, 1,400 from DD Kannada. 200, 400. കേട്ടില്ല അല്ലല്ല അതായത് കോൾ 1 ചേട്ടൻ വിളിച്ചു അതുകൊണ്ട് ആൻഡ് ദ പ്ലെയർ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പുള്ളി വിളിച്ചു മുട്ടുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ പുള്ളി വിളിച്ചു 1,400 DD Kannada. Call 1, call 2, and the player sold to DD Kannada for 1,400. It's player number 133, Ajit. The next player, player number 230, Sijo on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from King Sama. 1,000 bid from King Sama. Call 1 from King Sama. Call 2 from King Sama. Player sold to King Sama for 1,000. It's player number 230, Sijo. The next player, player number 253, 253. Deepak Venugopal, starting with 1,000 bid from Kulathingal. 200, 400, 600, 800, 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 600, 800, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000, 4,000 bid, 4,500, sorry, 4,500 moves to 5,000, 5,500, 5,500 bid, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000, 7,500, 7,500, 8,000, 8,000 bid from PCs, 8,500 bid from Paramil, 8,500 bid from Paramil, 9,000 bid from PCs for this player, Deepak Venugopal, 9,500 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 9,500. Call 2 for 9,500. And the player sold to PCs Venginesheri for 9,500 rupees. 9,500 ഉണ്ടോ? 9,500. Thank you. And now it's time for another player on screen, 394. And we have Prince on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD, 1,200 PCs, 400 DD, 600 Century, 800 ACA, 2,000 bid from DD, 2,200 from Magic, 2,400 from DD, 2,600 from Magic, 2,600, 2,800 from PCs, 3,000 bid from Magic, 3,500 from ACA, 3,500 from ACA, 3,500 moves to 4,000, 4,500, 5,000 bid from 4S United, 5,000 bid from 4S United for this player, 5,000 bid for Prince, call 1 for 5,000, call 2 for 5,000, player sold 2 for S United for 5,000 rupees. It's Prince, player number 394. The next player, cancelled. And the next player, player number 141, 141, Nixon TS on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Nixon TS. Call 1, call 2, and there it is 1,000. And the player sold to Kulathingal 11 for 1,000. Nixon TS, player number 141. The next player, 183, player number 183, Vishnu. Vishnu on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Vishnu. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, 168, 168. Sajeev on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid? Call 1. 1,000, 1,200, 1,400 from King Summer, 1,600 from Presidency, 1,800 from King Summer, 2,000 bid from Presidency, 2,200 from King Summer, 400 from Presidency, 600 from King Summer, 800 from Presidency, 3,000 bid from King Summer, 3.5 from Presidency, 3.5 moves to 4,000 bid from King Summer, 4.5 from Presidency, 5,000 bid from King Summer, 5,000 bid from King Summer for this player. Sajeev, 5,000 bid from King Summer, call 1. 5,000, call 2. And the player sold to King Summer for 5,000. Player number 168, Sajeev. The next player, player number 201, 201. And we have Sandeep on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. Vishnu Katapan. അതായത് നമ്മൾ 427 നമ്പർ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. Starting with 1000 bid from PCs. 1200 from presidency. 1200, 400, 600 again from PCs. 600 bid from PCs, 800 presidency, 2000 bid from Tanima. 2000 bid from Tanima, 2200 from presidency, 400 PCs, 800 Tanima. 800 bid from Tanima, 2800. 3000 presidency, 3.5, 4000 Tanima. That's a good triangle. And now it's 3500. 4000 presidency. 4000 presidency moves to 4500 from Tanima. 4500. 5000 bid from presidency for Vishnu Katapan. 5500 Tanima. 5500. 6000 bid from presidency. 6500 from Tanima. 6500 bid from Tanima. 6500 moves to 7000. 7000 bid from presidency. 7000 bid from presidency for this man, Vishnu Katapan. Call 1 for 7000. Call 2 for 7000. And the player sold to presidency 11 for 7000 rupees. The next player, player number 343, 343. It's Marin C. Chinnan, starting with 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 125. It is Niyas on screen, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from King Sama. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. The player is sold to King's Amma for 1000 rupees. Niyas will be playing for King's Amma. The next player, player number 372, 372. And it's Renis on screen, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. No bid for 1000, and the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 186, 186. Ambadi K, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from presidency. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. The player is sold to presidency 11 for 1000 rupees. Player number 186, Ambadi. The next player, player number 140, 140. And we have Sali on screen, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 1000. 1200 Magic. 400, 600, 800 ACR import. ACR import, 800 bid. 2000, 2200, 2400 Forest United. 600 bid from ACA. 800 from Presidency. 3000, 3.5 from Tanima. 4000 bid from Magic. 4500, 5000 bid from Tanima. 5500 Magic. 5500 Magic. 6000 from Tanima. 6000 bid from Tanima. 6500 from Magic. 7,000 from Presidency, 7,500 from Tanima, 7,500 from Tanima for this player. Sali, 7,500, 8,000 bid from Presidency, 8,000 bid from Presidency. Call 1 for 8,000. Call 2 for 8,000. 8,500 PCs for 8,500 bid. 8,500 moves to 9,000. 9,000 bid from Presidency. 9,000 bid from Presidency. Call 1 for 9,000. Call 2 for 9,000. 9,500, 10,000 bid from PCs. 10,000 bid from PCs for this player, Sali. Century 9,500. 10,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 10,000. Call 2 for 10,000. And the player sold to PCs for 10,000 rupees. Player number 140, Sali. The next player, player number 139, 139. Muji on screen, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1000. 1200 from ACA. Call 1 for 1200. Call 2 for 1200. And the player, oh, there it is, DD Kannada. 1400 bid from DD Kannada. 600 bid from ACA. Call 1 for 1600. Call 2 for 1600. The player is sold to AC Arimbur for 1,600 bid. The next player, player number 303, 303. And we have Hemant on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Hemant? Call 1 for 1,000. Yes, 1,000 bid. Call 2 for 1,000 from Legends of Lords. And the player sold for 1,000 to Legends of Lords. Hemant. Oh, this man behind the camera into the game. All the best to Hemant. The next player. Player number 318. 318. Vinay. Vinay on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Vinay? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is Unsold. Next player. Player number 350. 350. Prasad PP on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2. And there it is. 1,000 bid. And the player is sold 2 PCs for 1,000. It's Prasad PP. Player number 350. The next player. Player number 310. 310. And it's Shahid Siddiq starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is Unsold. The next player. The next player is player number 244. 244. Vidya Sagar on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs for Vidya Sagar. 200, 400 presidency, 600 PCs, 800 Tanima, 800 bid, 2,000 bid from presidency, 200, 2,200 Tanima, 2,200, 2,400 presidency, 400 moves to 600 Tanima, 600 bid from Tanima, 800 from PCs, 2,800, 2,800 moves to 3,000, 3,000 bid from Tanima, 3.5 from PCs, 4,000 bid from Tanima, 4.5 for PCs, 5,000 bid from Tanima, 5.5 from PCs, 6,000 bid from Tanima, 6.5 from PCs, 6.5 from PCs for this man Vidya Sagar, 6.5 bid. Call 1 for 6.5. Call 2. Oh, there it is, 7,000 bid. 7,000 bid from Century. Call and 7,500 bid from PCs. 7,500 bid from PCs for Vidya Sagar. 7,500 bid. Call 1 for 7,500. Call 2. 7,500. And the player sold to PCs for 7,500. Vidya Sagar once a champion with PCs in Hiba Cup 2024, and he will be playing again for PCs in OPL Season 4, presented by Forest United. Now, the next player, player number 270. Cancel. Okay, cancel. And the next player is player number 215, Manoj, on screen. Starting with, hi Manoj, 1,000 bid from Manoj, 1,000 bid. For Manoj from Magic, 1,200, 400 from Magic, 400 bid from Magic, 600, 800 from Tanima, 2,000 bid for Manoj from Magic, 2,200 from Century 11 for Manoj, 2,400 from Magic, 400 moves to 600 Tanima, 600 bid from Tanima for Manoj, 2,600 bid from Tanima for Manoj, 800 bid from Magic 11, 800 bid from Magic 11 for Manoj, 3,000, 3,500 from Tanima. 4,000 bid from Magic 11. 4,000 bid from Magic 11 for Manoj. 4,000 bid from Magic 11. 4,500 bid from Tanima. 5,000 bid from Magic 11. 5,500 bid from DD Kannada. 5,500 bid from DD Kannada for Manoj. Airikkunna Manojine 5,500 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 5,500. Call 2 for 5,500. And there it is, 6,000 bid for Manoj from Magic 11. 6,000 bid for Manoj from Magic 11. Call 1 again for 6,000. Call 2 again for 6,000. And the player sold to Magic 11. Angane Manoj will be playing for Magic 11 for 6,000 rupees, 6,000 points in OPL Season 4 2024. The next player. Player number 362. 362. And it will be Swatinath on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Paramil. 1,000 bid from Paramil. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold for 1,000 to Paramil Fighters. It's Swatinath, player number 362, playing for Paramil Fighters. The next player, player number 166, 166. And we have Starwin on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. No calls yet, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 373, 373. And we have no photos. Cancel. Photo illa, cancel. The next player is player number 258, 258. Vinu Renchit, starting with 1000 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 1000, call 2 for 1000, and the player, oh, there it is, 1200 bid from PCs, 1200 bid from PCs, 400 bid from DD Kannada, 600 bid from PCs, 600 bid from PCs, 600 moves to 800, 800 bid from DD Kannada, 2000 bid from PCs. For this man, Vinu Ranjit, 2200 bid here from DD Kannada. 2200. Call 1 for 2200. Call 2 for 2200. And the player sold to DD Kannada for 2200. The next player, player number 421. Player number 421, Vishnu Sundar, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. 1000 bid from Presidency, 200, 400, 600, 800. 800 bid from DD Kannada right now. 800 bid. 2000 bid from Legends of Lords. 2.2, 2.4. 2.4 from Tanima. 2.6 from Legends. 2.6 from Legends. 8 from DD Kannada. 2.8. 3K. 3.5 bid. 3.5 moves to 4000. 4K bid. 4.5 bid from Tanima. 4.5 moves to 5000 bid from Legends. 5000 bid from Legends. 5500 bid from Tanima. 5500 moves to 6000. 6000 bid from Legends. 6500 bid from DD Kannada. 7000 bid from Tanima. 7000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 7000 bid from Tanima. Call 2. And there it is, 7.5 from Legends. 7.5 from Legends for this player. 7.5 call 1. 7.5 call 2. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 7,500. Vishnu Sundar, player number 421. All the best to Vishnu Sundar and Legends of Lords to OPL Season 4 2025, powered by 4S United. The next player, Vishnu, on screen, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Vishnu? 1000 bid from Century. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player sold to 1000. Sold for 1000 to Century. And he will be playing for Century for 1000 rupees. And the next player, player number 395, Salesh KV, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 153, 153, Johnson, on screen, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is unsold. 5 minutes. നമുക്ക് ലഞ്ച് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു 50 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് കൂടി പറ്റുമ്പോൾ വിളിക്കാം. എല്ലാവരും ഇരിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കൊരു 50 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് കൂടി പോവാം, എന്നിട്ട് ലഞ്ചാക്കാം. ഇരുന്നോ എല്ലാവരും ഇരുന്നോ, തുടങ്ങാം. തുടങ്ങാട്ടോ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് പ്ലേയാ എല്ലാവരും ഇരുന്നില്ലേ? എല്ലാവരും ഉള്ള തനിമ വരാണ്ട്. മജോ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. And there it is, the next player on screen. Player number 334. Player number 334. Sudhish on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 bid from Presidency. 1,200 from Paramil. 1,200 from Paramil. 1,200 from Paramil. Call 1 for 1,200. 1,400 from Presidency. 1.4. 1.6 from Paramil. 1.6 from Paramil. Call 1 for 1.6. 1.6 call 2. And the player sold to Presidency for 1,600. Sorry, Paramil for 1,600. To Paramil for 1,600. And the next player, Paramil anta. The next player, player number 181. 181. Ajmal on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 from Magic, to 1,200, 1,400 from Paramil. 1.4 from Paramil. Call 1 for 1.4. Call 2 for 1.4. And the player sold to Paramil for 1,400. It's Ajmal, player number 181. And the next player, player number 193. 193. Sunil Nair on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player, player number 365, 365. Shamli on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 426, 426. And we have Vishnu of Tanima, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, the next player, player number 364, 364. Anis on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, 156, 156. Rinshad on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 115, 115. And we have Sebin Dominic on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player, player number 281, 281. Sris Lalu on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Presidency. 1,200 from Kulatingal. 1.4, 1.6, 1.8 from Kulathingal, 2000 bid from Presidency, 2.2, 2.4 from Forest, 2.6 bid from Presidency, 2.6 bid from Presidency, 2.8 from Presidency, 2.6 from ACA, 2.8 from Presidency, 3000 bid from Forest, 3.5, 4000 bid from Presidency, 4500 from Kulathingal, 5000, 5.5 from ACA, 5.5 from ACA, 6000, 6.5 from Presidency, 6.5 from Presidency, 7,000 bid from ACA, 7.5 from Presidency, 7.5 bid from Presidency, 8,000 bid from Tanima, 8.5 from Presidency, 8.5 from Presidency, 9,000, 9,500 from Kulathingal, 9,500, 10,000 bid from Presidency, 11,000 bid from Tanima, 12,000 bid from Paramil Fighters, 12,000 bid from Paramil Fighters, call one for 12,000, 13 from King Sama, 14 from ACA, 14 from ACA, 15,000 bid, 15,000 bid from Century, 16,000 bid, 17,000 bid from ACA, 18,000 bid from King's Amma, 18,000 bid from King's Amma. Call one for 18,000, 19,000, 20,000 for the first time in this auction. 20,000 for a player, Sri Slalu from Paramil Fighters, 20,000, 21,000, 21,000 bid from ACA, 22,000 from Paramil, 22,000 bid. The player moves to 23,000. The total bid is 50,000 in this auction. AC Arimbur with 23,000. 23,000 still. Call one for 23. Call two for 23. And the player with 23,000 points will be playing for ACA Arimbur. It's Sri Slalu. Thrissurinte Tanima, Thrissurinte Mahima, and it's Sri Slalu. He will be playing for AC Arimbur in OPL Season 4 2025. Well done. All the best to AC Arimbur and Sri Slalu. The next player. It's 261. Player number 261. It's Pranav Preman on screen starting with 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player is player number 179. 179. It's Nikhil on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player is player number 205. 205. And it's Prasho Prasad on screen starting with 1,000. Starting with 1,000. Call one, call two, unsold. The next player, 235. Player number 235. Dilip Das on screen starting with 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. No bid and unsold. The next player, player number 221. 221. Sachi on screen starting with 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. And no bid. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 219. 219. And we have Swakat on screen starting with 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. And Swakat is unsold. The next player, player number 361. 361. Jyotish on screen starting with 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. No bids for 1,000. The player is unsold. And the next player, player number 217. 217. And we have Nasser on screen starting with 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. The player is unsold. The next player, player number 177. 177. It's Ajay Sudha Gopal starting with 1,000. Call one for 1,000. Call two for 1,000. And the player DD Kannada with 1,000 points. And the player is sold to DD Kannada for 1,000 points. Ajay Sudha Gopal. Player number 177 will be playing for DD Kannada. The next player, player number 246. 246. And here it is Altaf starting with 1,000. 1,000 from Presidency, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800 from ACA. 2,000 bid from Century, 2,200 bid from ACA, 2,400 bid from Century, 2,400 bid from Century right now. Call one for 2,400. Call two for 2,400. 2,600 from Tanima. 2,600 bid from Tanima for Altaf. Call 1 for 2,600. Call 2 for 2,600. And the player is sold to Tanima for 2,600. It's Altaf, player number 246 will be playing for Tanima. The next player is player number 145. 145. He is cancelled. And we'll be having the next player. 145 പകരം പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. ശരിയാണ്. ഗോഡ്സൺ. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഗോഡ്സൺ തന്നെ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു. ഇല്ല വിളിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. So there it is, starts. Player number 145. Godson on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD Canada. 1,200 from PCs. 1.4 from DD. 1.4 from DD for Godson. Call 1. 1.6 from PCs. 1.8 from DD. 2,000 from PCs. 2,000 from PCs. 2.2 from DD. Call 1 for 2.2. Call 2 for 2.2. 2.4 from Tanima. 2.4 from Tanima. 2.6 from DD. 2.6 from DD. Call 1 for 2.6. 2.8 from Tanima. 2.8 from Tanima for Godson. 2.8 moves to 3,000. 3,000 bid from DD Canada for Godson. 3,000 bid. Call 1 for 3,000. And there it is, 3,500 bid. Thank you. Tanima, 3,500. A welcome bid again from Tanima. 3,500. Call 1. 3,500. Call 2. And the player sold to Tanima for 3,500 rupees. Player number 145. It will be Godson playing for Tanima. And the next player, player number 290. 290. Salish PM. Player number 290, Salish PM on screen. Starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. No bids so far. The player is unsold. Next player, player number 315. 315. Nitin Papu on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1. Call 2. The player is, there it is, 1,000 bid. 1,200 bid from Magic. 1,200 bid from Magic. Call 1 for 1,200. Call 2 for 1,200. Player is sold to Magic for 1,200. Player number 315, Nitin Babu. The next player, player number 305, 305. And we have Jishnu on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,000 bid. Call 2 for 1,000 bid. Here from Legends. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 1,000. Player number 305, it's Jishnu. The next player, player number 227, 227. And we have no photo, the player is cancelled. Next player, player number 208, Bijit on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000 bid from Presidency, call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to Presidency for 1,000. It's Bijit, player number 208. The next player, player number 114. It is Anantu on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from ACA, 1.2 from Kulatingal. Call 1 for 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8 from ACA. 2.2 from Forest, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8 Forest. 3,000 bid from Presidency. 3.5 from ACA, 3.5 moves to 4,000, 4.5 from Presidency, 5,000 bid from Tanima, 5.5, 5.5 from ACA, 5.5 moves to 6,000, 6,000 bid from Tanima for Anandu, 6,000 bid from Tanima for Anandu, call 1 for 6,000, 6.5, 7,000 bid from DD, 7.5 from Tanima for Anandu, 7.5 from Tanima for Anandu, 7.5 moves to 8,000. 8.5 from Kings Amma. 8.5 from Kings Amma for Anandu. Call 1 for 8,500. 9,000 the bid right now from Century 11. 9,000 bid. Call 1 of 9,000. Call 2 of 9,000. And in between 9,500. And in between it's 10,000. And that moves to 11,000. Bid from DD Kannada. 11,000 bid for Anandu Nanpence. 11,000 bid for Anandu. 11,000 bid so far. 11,000 moves to 12,000. The player is increasing to 13,000. The player is increasing to 13,000 bid from DD Kannada. 13,000 bid for a quality player of Anandu. 13,000 bid call 1. 13,000 bid call 2. And there it is 14,000. He is increasing his image here. Anandu moving to 14,000. Anandu moving to 14,000. Call 1 for 14,000 bid from Century. Call 2 for 14,000 bid from Century. And the player sold to Century for 14,000. 14,000 രൂപക്ക് Anandu Nanpence will be playing for Century. He was also a part of PCs in that tournament. Congratulations to you, Anandu. And the next player, player number 383, Vinod Kumar. The master on screen, starting with 1,000 bid from DD. 1.2, 1.4, 1.4 from DD. 1.4 from DD. 1.6, 1.8 from DD. 2,000, 2.2 from DD. 2.4, sorry. 2,600 DD. 2.4, 2,600 DD. 2,600, 2,800. 3,000 DD. 3,000 bid from DD Kannada. 3,000 bid. Call 1 for 3,000. 3.5, 4, 4.55, 5.5 from DD. 6,000 bid. King Sama. 6,500 from DD. 6,500 from King DD. 7,000 bid from Presidency. 7.5 from DD. 7.5 from DD. 8,000 bid from King Sama. 8.5 from DD. 8.5 moves to 9,000. 9,000 moves to 9,500. 9,500. 9,500 moves to 10,000. 9,000 more, 10,000 moves to 11 from Forest United. 11,000 bid from Forest United for this man Vinod. 11 moves to 12, 12,000 bid from Presidency. 13,000 bid from King Sama. 14,000 bid from Forest United. 15,000 bid Presidency. 15,000 bid. Another proud player with 15,000 bid from Presidency this time. Presidency with 15,000. Call 1 for 15. Master is having 15,000 bid for call 2. And the player will be playing to Presidency for 15,000. It's Vinod Kumar, the master. The man of KCL also, he played for Trivandrum Royals, who is currently in the squad of Said Mustaq Ali, the big player of Thrissur. And there it is, Kiran Kumar, player number 135, Kiran Kumar is on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Magic 11. Any other bid? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to Magic 11 for 1,000. It's player number 135, Kiran Kumar. The next player is Xavier PJ. Player number 386, Xavier PJ on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is unsold. And the next player is player number 282. 282. Sell cancel on. Thank you. And the next player number 398. 398. Ratish on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Ratish? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And Ratish is unsold. The next player number 385. 385. Santosh on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1, call 2, unsold. The next player number 337. 337. Adarsh on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, no bids for 1,000, and the player is unsold. The next player, 247. 247. Haridas on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Presidency. 1,000 bid from Presidency for Haridas. Call 1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8 from DD, 2, 2.2, 2.4 from DD, 2.6 from ACA, 2.8 from DD, 2.8 from DD, 3,000 bid from ACA, 3.5 from 4S United, 4,000 bid, 4.5 from Kulathingal, 4.5 from Kulathingal, 5,000, 5,500, 6,000 bid from DD, 6.5 PCs, 7,000 bid from Forest United, 7,000 moves to 7,500, 7,500 bid from Century, 7,500 bid from Century, 8,000 bid, 8,000 bid from King Sama, 8.5 from Forest United, 9,000, 9.5 from King Sama, 10,000 bid from Forest United, 10,000 moves to 11, 11,000 bid from King Sama for Haridas, 12 from Paramil, 13, 13 bid from King Sama, 14 bid from Paramil, 14 bid moves to 15, 15 moves to 16 from Paramil, 16,000 bid from Paramil, 17,000 from King Sama, 18,000 bid from Paramil, 18,000 bid from Paramil, 18,000 bid. Call one for 18,000, Haridas, 19,000, 20,000, 20,000 bid from Paramil for this man, Haridas, 20,000 bid, 21 and 22 from Paramil for Haridas, 22,000 bid from Paramil for Haridas. Call one for 22, call two for 22, and Haridas will be playing for Paramil Fighters for 22,000. Another big player. See the improvement of this player. Haridas of that quality will be playing for Paramil Fighters in OPL Season 4 2025. Powered by Forest United. Anjilonna. And it's player number 368. 368. Rahul on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is Unsold. The next player, Anjil Rande. 351. Cebu on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. The player is Unsold. The next player, player number 126. Rahul KS, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,000 bid from Legends of Lords. Call 2. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 1,000. Player number 126, Rahul KS. And the next player, the final player of this noon, player number 216, Jishnu Rajan on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is Unsold. And thank you so much. First session കഴിഞ്ഞു. We will be having a lunch break of 30 minutes. 30 മിനിറ്റിന് ശേഷം നമ്മൾ തിരിച്ച് ലേലം ആരംഭിക്കുന്നതാണ്. Thank you. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. എല്ലാം റെഡിയല്ലേ? തുടങ്ങണേ. And there it is, the first player after the lunch. Player number 210, Affan Ali on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Magic 11. 1,000 bid, call 1, call 2. And the player sold to Magic 11 for 1,000. Player number 210, Affan Ali. The next player. Player number 306, 306, Jishnu V. Baran on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 from Presidency, 1.2 from Forest United, 1.2 from Forest United, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8 from Century, 1.8, 2,000 from Presidency, 2,000 bid from Presidency, 2.2, 2.4, 2.4 bid, 2.6, 2.8, 3,000 bid from PCs, 3.5 from Century, 3.5 from Century, 3.5 moves to 4,000, 4,000 bid for Jishnu V. Balan, 4,000 bid from PCs, 4,000 bid, 4.5 from Presidency, 4.5 from Presidency for Jishnu V. Balan. Call 1, 4.5 moves to 5,000, 5,000 bid from PCs for Jishnu V. Balan, 5,000 bid, 5,500, 6,000 bid from Century, 6,000 bid from Century for this man, 6,000 bid from Century. Call 1, 6,000 moves to 6,500, 6,500 from Presidency. Call 1, call 2 from Presidency. There it is, 7,500 from Forest United, 7,500 from Forest United, 7,500 call 1, 7,500 call 2. And the player for 7,500 sold to Forest United, Jishnu V. Balan, will be playing for Forest United for 7,500 points. The next player, player number 353, 353, Faisal on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 from Century, 1,000 from Century, call 1 from Century, call 2 from Century. And the player sold to Century for 1,000. Player number 353. And the player will be playing for Century. The next player is player number 377, 377, and it's Vibin Benny. Call 1 for Vibin, call 2 for Vibin, and the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 128, 128, and we have Mafsal on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for Mafsal, 1,000 bid, 1,200, 1,400 from Magic, 1,400 from Magic for Mafsal, 1,600 from DD Canada, 1,600 from DD Canada for Mafsal, 1,600, call 1 for Mafsal, call 2, and there it is, 1,800 bid from PCs for Afsal. Afsal ano? Mafsal nale. 1,800 from PCs, 1,800 bid from PCs, call 1 from PCs, 2,000 bid from DD, 2,000 bid from DD, call 1 from 2,000, call 2 for 2,000. And the player sold to DD Canada for 2,000 rupees. Player number 128, Mafsal. The next player, 396, player number 396, 396, Anandu PS on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Anandu PS. 1,000 from Century, 1,000 from Century, 1,200, 1,400, 1,400 moves to 1,600 from Tanima, 1,800 from Century, 1,800 from Century for this man Anantu, 1,800 from Century, call 1, and there it is, the 2,000 bid, 2,000 moves to 2,200 from Forest United, 2,200 from Forest United, call 1, 2,200, call 2, and the player, there it is, 2,400, 2,600 from Presidency, 2,600 from Presidency, 2,600 from Presidency, call 1, 2,600 from Presidency, call 2, and there it is, 2,800, 3,000 bid from Forest United, quickly, 3,000 bid from Forest United, 3,000 bid from Forest United, call 1, 3,000, call 2, and there it is once again, King Sama, 3,500, 3,500 bid from King Sama, 3,500 bid from King Sama, call 1, King Sama, 4,000 bid from Forest United, 4,000 bid, call 1 for 4,000, call 2 for 4,000, and the player sold to Forest United for 4,000 points. Player number 396, Anantu PS. The next player, 413, 413. And here we have Arunjit on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for Arunjit? Call 1 for Arunjit. Call 2 for Arunjit. And the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 374. 374. We have Sirajuddin on screen starting with 1000. Call 1 for Sirajuddin. Call 2 for Sirajuddin. And Sirajuddin is Unsold. The next player is player number 297. 297. We have the player on screen. It's Shashi Dharan on screen starting with 1000. 1000 from Magic 11. 1000 from Magic 11. 1.2 from Tanima. 1.4 from DD. 1.4 from DD. 1.6 from Tanima. 1.6 from Tanima. Call 1 for 1.6. 1.8 from DD. 1.8 from DD. 2000 bid from Tanima. 2000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 2000. Call 2 for 2000. And the player sold for 2000 to Tanima. It's Sashidharan. Player number 297 will be playing for Tanima. The next player is player number 307. 307. And we have Kripal on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 202. 202. We have Siju CC on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Call 1. Call 2. No calls, and the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 212. 212. We have Anil Kumar on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Anil Kumar? Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. No bid yet. The player is Unsold. The next player is player number 111. 111 on screen. And it will be Joshi Matthew starting with 1000. 1000 bid from ACA Arimbur. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is sold to ACA Arimbur for 1000 points. And the next player number 392. 392. 392. Sham Kumar on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. Call 1. Call 2. And the player with no calls is Unsold. The next player number 226. 226. We have Manu Das on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid straight away from Magic. 1.2 from Forest. 1.4 from DD. 1.6 from Tanima. 1.6 from Tanima. Call 1 for 1.6. Call 2 for 1.6. And the player sold to Tanima for 1.6. It's player number 226, Manudas. 1,600 points will be playing for Tanima. And the next player is player number 352, 352. We have Dr. Afsal on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Magic. 1.2, 1.4 from Presidency 11. 1.4, 1.4. Call 1. And there it is, 1.6 from Forest United. 1.6 from Forest United. 1.8 from Presidency. 1.8 moves to 2000. 2000 bid from Forest United. 2000 moves to 2200 from King Summer. 2.2 from King Summer. Call 1 for 2.2. Call 2 for 2.2. And there it is. Once again 2.4. 2.4 from Forest United. 2.6 from King Summer. 2.6 from King Summer. 2.8 from Forest United. 2.8 from Forest United. 3000 bid from King Summer. 3000 bid from King Summer. Call 1 for 3000. Call 2 for 3000. And the player sold to King Summer for 3000 points. Player number 352, Dr. Afsal. And now the next player is player number 157, 157. We have Gopish on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Magic 11. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player sold to Magic 11 for 1000 points. Player number 157, Gopish. The next player is player number 333, 333. And we have the player on screen. It's Ramesh on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000 for Ramesh? Any bid for 1000? Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And now the player is Unsold. And the next player is player number 332, 332. And we have Sachin ES on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. And the player is Unsold. The next player is player number 101, 101. And we have Binnies on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid straight away from Century. 1.2 from Magic. 1.2 from Magic. 1.4 from Century. 1.4 from Century. Call 1 for 1.4. Call 2 for 1.4. And the player sold to Century for 1400 points. Player number 101, Binnies. And the next player is player number 345. 345. We have Bala Murali on screen starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000? 1000 bid, 1.2, 1.4 from Magic 11. 1.4 from Magic 11. 1.6, 1.8 from Presidency. 1.8 from Presidency 11. Call 1 for 1.8. 2000 bid from DD Kannada. 2000 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 2000. Call 2 for 2000. 2.2 from the Presidency. 2.2 from Presidency. Call 1 for 2.2. Call 2 for 2.2. And now the player sold to Presidency 11 for 2,200. It's player number 345. It's Bala Murali on screen. And the next player is player number 422. 422. We have Ashik. Ashik on screen starting with 1000. 1000 bid from PCs. 1000 bid from PCs. Call 1. 1200, 1400 Magic 11, 1400 Magic 11, call 1, 1600 Presidency 11, 1600 Presidency 11, 1800, 2000 bid from Forest United, 2000 bid from Forest United, 2.2 from Legends of Lords, 2.2 from Legends of Lords, call 1 for 2.2, call 2, okay, 2.4 from Presidency, 2.6 from Legends of Lords, 2.6 from Legends of Lords, call 1 for 2.2, sorry, 2.6 ആണോ? Okay, അപ്പോൾ 2.8. 2.8 from Presidency. 2.8 from Presidency. Call 1 for 2.8. 3,000 bid from Legends of Lords. 3,000 bid from Legends of Lords. Call 1 for 3,000. Call 2 for 3,000. And there it is, 3,500. New bid from Presidency. Again, straight away. 4,000 bid. 4,000 bid from Legends of Lords. Call 1 for 4,000. Call 2 for 4,000. And the player will be playing sold to Legends of Lords for 4,000 points. Ashik will be playing for Legends of Lords. All the best. And the next player, player number 346, 346, will be on screen. It's Aji on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Any bid for 1,000, call 1. Call 2. The player is so far now unsold. And the next player is player number 403, 403. And it will be Amal Priyan on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from the PC's Venginashiri. 1,000 bid. Call 1 for 1,000. 1.2, 1.4, 1.6 from Forest United. 1.8 from the ACA. 2,000 bid from Forest. 2.2 from Presidency. 2.4 from Forest United. 2.4 from Forest United. Call 1 for 2.4. 2.6, 2.8. 2.8. Century ഉണ്ട് അല്ല Presidency ഉണ്ട്. 2.8 from PCs. 2.8 from PCs. 3,000 bid. 3,000 bid from the Presidency. 3.5 from PCs. 3.5 from PCs. Call 1 for 3.5. There it is, 4,000 bid from Century. 4,000 bid moves to 4,500 from PCs. 4,500 from PCs. Call 1 for 4,500. Call 2 for 4,500. 5,000, 5,500. Illa. 5,000, 5,500 PCs. 5,500 PCs. Call 1. 5,500 moves to 6,000. 6,000 moves to 6,500. 6,500 from PCs. 7,000 bid. 7,000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 7,000. Call 2 for 7,000. And the player sold to Tanima for 7,000. Amal Priyan, player number 403, will be playing for Tanima in Forest United Presence OPL Season 4. And the next player, player number 232, Rahul Sudan, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Legends of Lords. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 1,000. It's player number 232, Rahul Sudan. The next player is player number 414, 414. We have Amal Krishna on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid straight away from Paramale Fighters. 1,000 bid. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to Paramale Fighters for 1,000. Okay, അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഓപ്ഷൻ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തത് Paramale Fighters ആണ്. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. നല്ല കയ്യടി കൊടുക്കാം. വെൽ ഡൺ. പോരാ, കയ്യടി പോരാട്ടോ, നമുക്ക് ഊർജ്ജം പോരാ. The next player is player number 143, 143. It's Rafiq on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,000 bid from Magic. Call 2 for 1,000. Call 2 from Magic for 1,000. And there it is, the player sold to Magic 11 for 1,000. It's player number 143, Rafiq. And the next player is player number 120, 120. Princeton Francis on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. 1,200 bid from Kulathingel. 1.4 Magic. 1.6 DD. 1.6 bid from DD. 1.6 bid from DD. 1.8 from Kulathingel. Call 1 for 1.8. Call 2 for 1.8. And the player sold to Kulathingel for 1.8. It's player number 120, Princeton Francis. And the next player. Player number 116, 116. Sunil on screen, starting with 1,000. Any call for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD. 1.2 from Kulathingel. 1.4 from DD. 1.4 from DD. Call 1. 1.6 from Kulathingel. 1.6 from Kulathingel. Call 1 for 1.6. Call 2 for 1.6. And the player sold to Kulathingel for 1.6. It's player number 116, Sunil. And the next player. Player number 109, 109. We have 109 on screen. It's Renchit on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,200. 1,400 from Magic. 1,600. 1,800 from Tanima. 1,800 moves to 2,000. 2,000 from Presidency. 2.2 from Tanima. 2.2 from Tanima. 2.4 from DD. 2.6 from Tanima. 2.6 from Tanima. 2.6. Call 1 for 2.6. Yes, 2.8 from Legends. 2.8 moves to 3,000. 3,000 from Tanima. 3K bid from Tanima. 3K bid, call 1. 3.2. 3.2 from DD. 3.4. 3.4 bid. Sorry. 4,000 bid from Legends. 4,000 bid from Legends. 4.5. 4.5 from DD. 4.5 from DD. Call 1 for 4.5. And there it is. 5,000 bid from Legends. 5,000 bid. 5,000 moves to 5,500. 5.5 from DD. 5.5. 6,000 bid from Legends. 6,000 bid from Legends. Call 1 for 6,000. Call 2 for 6,000. And there it is. 6,500 bid from DD. 6,500 bid from DD. Call 1 for 6,500. Call 2. And there it is. 7.5. 7.5. 7,000 bid from Legends of Lords. ഇല്ല ഞാൻ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു കൺസിഡറേഷൻ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ പറയില്ല കേട്ടോ. ഞാൻ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഓരോ കൺസിഡറേഷൻ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. 7,000 ഇനി ആവർത്തിക്കരുത് പ്ലീസ്. ലേലത്തിന്റെ അവസാനത്തിലോട്ട് നമ്മളെ 7,000 bid from Legends. Call 1 for 7,000. Call 2 for 7,000. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 7,000. It's player number 109, Renchit. It's player number 138, 138. Sanoop TA on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 241, 241. Vishnu VR on screen, starting with 1,000. Any call for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player number 408, 408. Cancel it. And the player is player number 360, 360. Vishnu CK on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1, call 2 for 1, no calls for 1, and the player is unsold. And now here the new player on screen, 112 on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD. 1,000 bid from DD, call 1 for 1,000. 1.2. 1.2 from Tanima. 1.2 from Tanima, call 1 for 1.2. Call 2 for 1.2. And the player sold to Tanima for 1.2. And the next player is player number 387, 387. It's Smiju on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. No bid, the player is unsold. And the next player number 323, 323. Nesmal on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000 bid from Century. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold for 1,000 to Century. It's Nesmal, player number 323. And the next player it's player number 289. Adarsh on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000 and the player is unsold. The next player number 180, 180. And we have Ginny's on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000 and the player is unsold. The next player is player number 190, 190. We have Anil Kumar on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000 and 1,000 bid and the player sold to ACA for 1,000. Player number 190, it's Anil Kumar. The next player number 371, 371. Murad Ghafoor on screen starting with 1,000. Any call for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. No calls for 2,000, 1,000 and the player is unsold. The next player number 316, 316. And we have Srijit V on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Srijit V? Call 1, call 2, 1,000 bid and the player sold to PCs for 1,000. Player number 316, it's Srijit V. The next player number 424, 424. Akhil Prakashan on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000, 1.2 from PCs, 1.4 from Legends, 1.6 from Tanima, 1.8 from Legends, 2,000 bid from Tanima, 2.2 from Legends, 2.2 from Legends, 2.4 from Tanima, 2.6 from Legends, 2.8 from Tanima, 3,000 bid from Legends, 3.5 from Tanima, 4,000 bid from Legends, 4,000 bid, 4.5 from Tanima, 5,000 bid from Legends, 5,000 bid from Legends, 5,500 from Tanima, 6,000 bid from Legends, 6,500 Tanima, 7,000 from Legends, 7.5 Tanima, 7.5, 8,000 bid from DD Kannada, 8,000 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 8,000, call 2 for 8,000 and the player sold to DD Kannada for 8,000 points. Player number 424, Akhil Prakashan. The next player number 295, 295. And we have Sudesh on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. No calls yet. The player is unsold. The next player number 119, 119. And we have Sunny's on screen starting with 1,000. Cancel? Okay, the player is cancelled. The next player number 357, 357. Shaukat Chakochi on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1,000 bid, 1.2 magic, 1.2 magic, call 1 for 1.2, call 2 for 1.2, and the player sold to 1.2 for Magic 11. Player number 357, Shaukat Chakochi. And the next player number 268, 268. And we have Jaishnav on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player number 328, 328. And we have Subi on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000 bid. 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. 1.2, 1.4 from Magic. 1.4 from Magic, 1.6. Ningilla. 1.4 from Forest United. 1.4 is Forest Bookie. 1.4 from Forest United. 1.6 from PCs. 1.6 from PCs. 1.8 from Tanima. 1.8 from Tanima. Call 1. 1.8 moves to 2000. 2000 from Presidency. 2000 bid from Presidency. For Subi, 2000 bid. Call 1 for 2000. Call 2 for 2000. And the player sold for Presidency for 2000. And the next player, player number 327, 327, Vishnu. Starting with 1000, 1000 bid from Century. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2, 1200. 1400 PCs. 1400 PCs. 1600 Century. 1600 Century. Call 1. 1800 Presidency. 2000 bid from Forest United. 2.2 from Century. Any other bid? 2.2 from Century. Call 1. 2.2. Call 2. 2.4 from Presidency. 2.6 from Forest United. 2.6 from Forest United. Call 1 for 2.6. For call 2 for. Oh, there it is. Century with 2.8. Century with 2.8. Call 1 for 2.8. 3000 bid from Forest United. 3000 bid. Call 1 for 3000. Call 2 for 3000. And the player sold to Forest United for 3000. Player number 327, Vishnu. And the next player, player number 263. Mahesh on screen, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Century. 1.2, 1.4 Legends. 1.6, 1.8 DD. 2000 Legends. 2.2 Century. 2.4 Legends. 2.4 Legends. Call 1 for 2.2. 2.6, 2.8 from Century. 3000 bid from Legends. 3000 bid from Legends. 3.5 from Century. 3.5, 4000 bid. 4000 from Kings. 4500 from Legends. 5000 bid from Tanima. 5.5, 6000 bid from Tanima. 6.5, 7000 bid from Tanima. 7000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 7000. Call 2 for 7000. And the player sold to Tanima for 7000. Player number 263, Mahesh PM. The next player, player number 162. Jijo Kurishingal on screen, starting with 1000. Any bid for 1000. 1000 bid from Legends. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2 for 1000. 1200 from Presidency. 1400 from Legends. 1600 from Presidency. 1800 from Legends. 1800 from Legends. Call 1 for 1800. Call 2 for 1800. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 1800. Player number 162, Jijo Kurishinkal. And the next player, player number 234. Manikandan on screen, starting with 1000. Manikandan, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 1000. Call 2. And there it is. 1200 bid from DD. 1200 bid from DD. 1400 from Legends. 1400 from Legends. Call 1 for 1400. 1600 from Century. 1800 from Tanima. 1800 from Tanima. Call 1 for 1800. Call 2 for 1800. And there it is. 2000, 2200. 2200, 2400 from Tanima. 2400 from Tanima for Manikandan. Illa. 2200 from Century. Call 1 for 2200. Call 2 for 2200. And the player sold to Century for 2200. It's Manikandan. And there it is. Again from the streaming team. Kanyolam nammude OPL camera pidikanundairunnu. And now it's Mithun. Mithun G. Player number 134 on screen, starting with 1000. 1000 bid from Tanima. 1.2 from DD Kannada. 1.2 from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 1.2. 1.4 from Tanima. 1.6, 1.8 from Legends. 2000 bid. 2200 Tanima. 2400, 2600 from DD. 2600, 2800. 3000 bid from DD. 3000 bid from DD. 3.5, 4000 from DD. 4.5, 5000 from DD. 5.5 from Legends of Thirur, call 1. 5.5. 6,000 bid from DD. 6,000 bid from DD, call 1 for 6,000, call 2 for 6,000, and the player, there it is, 7,000 bid, 6,500 bid, 6,500 from King's Amma. 6,500 bid from King's Amma, call 1, there it is, 7,000, 7,000 bid from DD. 7.5 from King's Amma. 7.5 from King's Amma. 7.5 moves to 8,000 from DD. 8,000 from DD for this player. Call 1 for 8,000. 8.5 from King's Amma. For Mithun G, 8.5 from King's Amma. Call 1 for 8.5. Call 2 for 8.5. And there it is, 9,000 bid from DD Kannada for this player. Mithun G, 9,000 bid. Call 1. 9,000 bid. Call 2. And the player sold to DD for 9,000. Player number 134, Mithun G, will be playing for DD Kannada. Next player, player number 236, 236. Sonu on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Legends. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to Legends for 1,000 points. Player number 236, Sonu. And the next player, player number 286, 286. Atul Krishna on screen starting with 1,000, 1,000 bid from DD. 1.2 Tanima, 1.4 century, 1.6 DD, 1.6 DD, 1.8 century, 2,000 bid from DD. 2.2, 2.4 Tanima. 2.6 bid from DD. Illa. Oh. 2.4 from DD. 2.6 from Century. 2.6 from Century. 2.6 from Century. Call 1 for 2.6. 2.8 from King Samma. 3,000 bid from DD. 3.5. 3.5 moves to 4,000. 4,000 bid from King Samma. 4,000 moves to 4,500 from Century. 4,500 from Century. 5,000 bid from King Samma. 5,500 bid from Century. 5,500 moves to 6,000 from King Samma. 6,000 bid. 6.5 Century. 6.5 Century. Atul Krishna. Call 1 for 6,500. Call 2 for 6,500. And there it is, 7,000 bid from King Samma. 7,000 bid from King's Amma. Call 1 for 7,000. Call 2 for 7,000. And there it is, 7.5 bid from Century. Call 1. Call 2. And the player sold to Century for 7,500. Player number 286, Adul Krishna. The next player, 243, 243. Manish Babu, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. 1,000 from PCs, 1.2 from Presidency. 1.2 from Presidency, 1.4 from PCs, 1.6 from ACA, 1.8, 2,000 bid. 2.2 Presidency, 2.2 from Presidency, 2.4 from PCs, 2.6 from Presidency, 2.8 from PCs, 3,000 bid from Presidency, 3.5 from PCs, 4,500 from Century, 4,500 bid from Century. For this band, Manish, 4,500, call 1, 5,000 bid, 5,000 bid from PCs, 5,500, Century. 5,500 from Century. Call 1 for 5,500. Call 2 for 5,500. 6,000, 6,500 from Kulathingal. 7,000 bid from Century. 7,000 bid from Century. Call 1 for 7,000. Call 2 for 7,000. 7,500 from Kulathingal. 7,500 moves to 8,000 from Century. 8,000 from Century. Call 1. 8,500 Kulathingal. 8,500 Kulathingal. Call 1 for 8,500. Call 2 for 8,500. And the player sold to Kulathingal for 8,500. Player number 243, Manish Babu. Next player, player number 419. 419. Akhil Mamu. Akhil Babu. Mamu on screen starting with 2,000, 1,000, 1,000 bid from the PCs, 1.2, 1.4 from Century, 1.6 from DD, 1.6 from DD, 1.6 from DD, call 1, 1.8 from Century, 1.8 from Century, call 1 for 1.8, call 2 for 1.8, and the player sold to Century for 1.8. 1800 രൂപക്ക് Akhil Babu Mammu will be playing for Century. Next player, player number 211, Vaisak, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 400, Abhinand Achu, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 233, 233. It's Shihab on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 194, 194. We have Sebi on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. 1,000, 1.2 from DD Kannada. 1.2 from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 1.4, 1.6. 1.6 from PCs. 1.8 from ACA. 2,000 bid from Tanima. 2,000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 2,000 bid. 2.2, 2.4 from PCs. 2.4 from PCs. 2.4 from PCs. 2.6 from DD Kannada. Call 1. 2.8, 3,000 bid. 3,000 bid from DD Kannada. 3,000 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 3,000. 3,500 from PCs. 3,500 from PCs. Call 1 for 3,500. Call 2 for 3,500. 4,000 bid from Presidency 11. 4,000 is the bid from Presidency 11. Call 1 for 4,000. Call 2 for 4,000. And the player is sold to Presidency 11 for 4,000. It's player number 194, Sebi. And the next player, Santosh on screen, 132. Santosh M on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player, player number 418, 418. Melvin on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs, 1.2, 1.4 Century, 1.6 PCs, 1.6, 1.8, 1.8 moves to 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 2,400 from PCs, 2,400 from PCs, okay, 2,600, 2,800, 3,000 bid from Forest, 3.5, 3.5 from PCs, call 1 for 3.5, call 2 for 3.5, 4,000 bid from Century, 4,500 bid from PCs, 4,500 bid from PCs, call 1 for 4,500 from PCs, call 2, 4,500 from PCs, and the player sold to PCs for 4,500. It's player number 418, Melbourne. The next player, player number 242, 242. Rishnath on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,200 from Tanima. 1,200 from Tanima. Call 1 for 1,200. Call 2 for 1,200. And the player sold to Tanima for 1,200. Player number 242. The next player, player number 338, 338. We have Nitin Mohan on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player with no bid yet is unsold. The next player, player number 176. Sharath K is on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Sharath K. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,000 bid from DD Kannada. Call 2 from DD Kannada. And the player sold for 1,000 to DD Kannada. The next player, Player number 152, Amal Ambalur on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is unsold. The next player, player number, sorry. Okay. Start here. The next player, player number 296 on screen, starting with 1,000. Sankeet, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000 bid from ACA. 1,000 bid from ACA. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to ACA reboot for 1,000. The next player, player number 196, 196, Jack Millen on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,200 bid from Kulathingal. 1,200. 1,400 bid from Tanima. 1,600 from Kulathingal. 1,800 from Tanima. 2,000 bid from Kulathingal. 2,000 bid from Kulathingal. Call 1 for 2,000. Call 2 for 2,000. And the player sold to Kulathingal for 2,000 points. Player number 196, Jack Millen. The next player, player number 299. Okay. And the next player is player number 191, 191. And we have Vishnu Srinivas on screen, starting with cancel down. Okay. ഇപ്പോൾ വിളിച്ചു പറഞ്ഞോ? ഓക്കെ, ഇപ്പോൾ വിളിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞോണ്ടോ? And the next player, player number, the next player, player number 300 on screen, starting with 1,000, Arun Kumar. Any bid for 1,000? Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. No calls for 1,000, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 390, 390. Muhammad Anas on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 402, 402. And it is Binish Anto on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 257, 257. It's Vasanthan on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Tanima for Vasanthan. 1,200, 1,400, 1,600 bid from Tanima. 1,800 from DD. 2,000 bid. 2.2 from DD Kannada. 2.2 bid from DD Kannada. Call 1 for 2.2. 2.4 from ACA. ACA ka ille. 2.4 from ACA. 2.6 from DD. 2.6 bid from ACA. 2.8, 3,000. 3,000 bid from Forest United. 3,000 bid from Forest United. Call 1 for 3,000. Call 2 for 3,000. And there it is, 3.5, 4, 4.5 from Kulathingal. 4.5 from Kulathingal. 4.5 from Kulathingal. Call 1 for 4.5. Call 2 for 4.5. And the player sold to Kulathingel for 4,500. It's player number 257, the left armer Vasanthan TV. And the player is player number 358. 358. Kannan on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 404. 404. And we have, Majojos on screen. Starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Tanima. 1,000 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to Tanima for 1,000 points. Player number 404, Majojos. There you go. And the next player, it's 189. Player number 189 on screen. Sajis Simon on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1, call 2, and the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 417, 417. We have agent on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, 1,000 bid. Call 2 for 1,000 from Presidency, and the player sold to Presidency for 1,000. Player number 417, agent. And the next player, player number 127, 127. We have Renchit on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And no bids yet. The player is Unsold. The next player is player number 275. Jerin VJ starting with 1,000. Call 1, call 2, and it is Unsold. The next player, player number 148. It's Akshay. Akshay on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 251. 251. And we have Ajit Srinivasan on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000 from Tanima, 1.2 from Kulathingel, 1.4 from Tanima, 1.4 from Tanima, call 1, 1.6 from King's Amma, 1.8 from Tanima, 2,000 from King's Amma, 2,000 bid from King's Amma, call 1 for 2,000, 2,200, 2,400 from Century, 2,400, 2,600 from Forest United, 2,600 from Forest United, call 1 for 2,400, 2,600, 2,800 from King's Amma, 3,000 bid from Forest United, 3,000 bid, call 1, 3,500 from King's Amma, 3,500 from King's Amma, 3,500 moves to 4,000, 4,000 bid from Kulathingel, 4,000 bid from Kulathingel, 4.5 from King's Amma, 4.5 from King's Amma, call 1 for 4.5, 4.5 moves to 5,000, 5,000 bid, 5,500 from King's Amma, 5,500, call 1 for 5,500, call 2 for 5,500, 6,000 bid, 6,000 bid from Kulathingel, 6,500 from King's Amma, 6,500 from King's Amma, call 1, there it is, 6,500 moves to 7,000, 7.5 from King's Amma, quickly, 7,500 from King's Amma, in quick time, 7,500, 8,000 bid, 8,000 bid from Kulathingel, 8,500 from King's Amma, 8,500 from King's Amma, call 1 for 8,500, call 2 for 8,500, and the player sold to King's Amma for 8,500. It's Ajit Srinivasan will be playing for King's Amma for 8,000 I think. The next player, player number 406, Prince VF on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1, call 2, and the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 320, 320. Sherin AS on screen starting with 1,000. PCs with 1,000. PCs with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,200 from Forest United. 1,200 from Forest United. Call 1 for 1,200. Call 2 for 1,200. 1,400 from PCs. 1,400 from PCs. Call 1 for 1,400. Call 2 for 1,400. And the player sold 2 PCs for 1,400. Player number 320, Sherin AS. And the next player is player number 380, 380. Jittu on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1. 1,000, 1,200 Century, 1,400 DD, 1,600 Century, 1,600 century. Call 1 for 1,600. Call 2. And there it is. 1,800 from DD. 1,800 moves to 2,000. 2,000 bid from century. 2,000 bid from century. Call 1 for 2,000. Call 2 for 2,000. And the player sold to century for 2,000 points. Player number 380. It's Jitu. The next player. Player number 370. 370. Arjun K on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1. Call 2. And the player is Unsold. The next player. Player is player number 198. 198. Danish on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from ACA. 1.2 from Legends. 1.4 from ACA. 1.4 from ACA. 1.4 from ACA. Call 1 for 1.4. Call 2 for 1.4. And the player sold to ACA for 1,400 points. Player number 198, Danish. And the next player, player number 294, 294. And we have Suji's K on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player sold to PCs for 1,000. Player number 294, it's Suji's K. And the next player, player number 137, 137. Hari Krishnan on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? 1,000 from DD, 1.2 from Forest, 1.6, 1.4 from Legends of Lords. 1.4 moves to 1.6, 1.6 moves to 1.8, 1.8 from DD, 1.8 moves to 2,000, 2,200 from DD, 2,200 from DD, 2.4, 2.6 from DD, 2.6 from DD, 2.8 and 3,000 bid from Forest United. 3,000 bid, 3,500 bid from Legends of Lords. 3,500 from Legends of Lords. Call 1 for 3,500. Call 2 for 3,500. And the player sold to Legends of Lords for 3,500. Player number 137, Hari Krishnan. The next player, player number 171, 171. Suhail on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1.2 from DD. 1.4 from PCs. 1.4 from PCs. Call 1 for 1.4. Call 2. And there it is 1.6, 1.8, 2,000 bid from Century. 2,000 bid from Century. 2.2 from PCs. 2.2 from PCs. Call 1 for 2.2. Call 2 for 2.2. 2.4, 2.6, 2.8. And 3,000 bid. 3,000 bid from Forest United. Call 1 for 3,000. 3,500 bid from Century. 3,500 bid from Century. Call 1 for 3,500. Call 2 for 3,500. And the player sold to Century for 3,500 points. Player number 171, Suhail. Thank you, Century. And a Century auction. And there it is, the next player. 330. Akshay on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. 1.2 from Legends. 1.2, 1.4, 1.6 from Kulatingal. 1.8 from Legends. 1.8 from Legends. 2,000 bid from Forest United. 2.2 from PCs. 2.2 from PCs. 2.4. 2.6. 2.6, 2.8 from Legends. 3,000. Forest. 3,000 from Forest United. Call 1. Call 2. And the player sold to Forest United for 3,000 points. Player number 330, Akshay. And the next player, player number 239. Any calls? Call 1. Reggie is on screen. Call 2. And the player is Unsold. And the next player on screen is player number 131. Jijo on screen starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000 for Jijo? Call 1, call 2, and the player is Unsold. The next player. Player number 2349. 349. CJ is on screen starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,200 from DD. Call 1 for 1,200. Call 2 for 1,200. And the player sold to DD for 1,200. The next player, player number 314. 314. Nawaz on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 321. 321. And it's Akhilam. Cancel it, Akhil. The next player, player number 200. Sham Doris on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 301. Vivek PK on screen starting with 1,000. Call 1, call 2, and the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 199. Call 2, 1.2 from Tanima. Call 1, call 2, and the player, there it is, 1.4 from DD. 1.4 from DD. Call 1, call 2, and the player sold to DD Canada for 1,400. Player number 312, Jinesh VP. DD Canada, thank you. Yoxel all players and Kayogia team on DD Canada. Thank you. Nangada Avesa Mani Oxen Trem and the candidate and I go to Sadichu. And the next player, player number 379, Ashif Ali on screen, starting with 1,000. Starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000. Call 1, call 2, and the player is Unsold. The next player. Player number 324. 324. Salik VH. Cancel Anna. Ariya. Sorry. Next player. System at Roda. Majo. Cancel. I will be in the screening. And here it is Roshan Joy, player number 369. Call 1, call 2, and the player is Unsold. And the next player, player number 165. 165. 165. Sumesh on screen starting with 1,000, 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player sold to PCs for 1,000. Sumesh, player number 165. The next player, player number 172. Suraj Chandran on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player is Unsold. The next player, player number 249. 249. Money is on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 1,000. 1,200, 1,400, 1,600. 2 are വിളിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ 1,400 PCs. 1,400 PCs. Call 1. 1,600, 1,800 PCs. 2,000 bid. 2,200 bid from PCs. Call 1 for 2,200. Call 2 for 2,200. And the player sold 2 PCs for 2,200. Player number 249, it's Manish. And the next player, player number 192. It's Rajib on screen, starting with 1,000. Any bid for 1,000? Call 1 for 1,000. Call 2 for 1,000. And no bids yet. And the player is unsold. Next player is player number 311. 311. And we have 3Ks on screen, starting with 1,000. 1,000 bid from Legends. 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8. 2,000 bid, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8, 3,000. 3,000 bid from Legends. 3,500 Kulathingel. 4,000 bid from Presidency. 4,500 Kulathingel. 5,000 from Presidency. 5,500 King's Amma. 5,500 bid from King's Amma. 5,500 from King's Amma. Any other bid? Call 1 for 5,500. Call 2 for 5,500. 6,000 bid from Kulathingel. 6,500 from King's Amma. 7,000 bid from Kulathingel. 7,500 from King's Amma. 7,500. 8,000 bid. 8,500. 8,500 bid from King's Amma. Call 1, call 2, and the player sold to King's Amma for 8,500. Player number 311, 3Ks will be playing for King's Amma for 8,500 rupees. അപ്പോൾ കിങ്സ് അമ്മയുടെ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ അവർ തേടിയ വള്ളി കാലി ചുറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. വീണ്ടും ചെറിയൊരു പിഴവ് പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട് സിജോ ചേട്ടന്. And the next player, player number 391. Ringlet, starting with 1,000, 1,000 bid, 1.2 from Tanima. 1.2 from Tanima for Ringlet. Call 1, 1.4, 1.6, 1.6, 600, 1.6 bid from Tanima. Call 1 for 1.6, call 2 for 1.6, and the player sold to Tanima for 1,600. അപ്പോൾ തനിമയുടെ ഓപ്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. And the next player, player number 122. Chef in Pole, starting with 1,000, 1,000, 1.2, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6. 1.6. Call 1 for 1.6. Call 2 for 1.6. And the player sold to Presidency 11 for 1,600. Player number 122, Chef in Pole. Mejo, screen. The next player, player number 222, Binoy Babu. Allah, ഞാൻ ഒന്നും കണ്ടില്ല. Start. 1,000, 1,200. 1,400, 1,600, 1,800. 2,000 bid, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8, 3,000, 3.5, 3.5 bid from Kulathingel. Call 1 for 3.5, 4,000 bid from Presidents. 4,500 Kulathingel. 4,500 Kulathingel. ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ്, സെഞ്ചുറിക്ക് വിളിക്കാം. ഇല്ല, വിളിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, കഴിഞ്ഞ്. 4,500 from Kulathingel. വില്ലില്ല. Presidency ഇല്ല. 4,500. Call 1, call 2, and the player sold to Kulathingel for 4,500. Player number 222, it's Binoy Babu. Kulathingel കഴിഞ്ഞു. എത്ര രൂപ ബാലൻസ് ഉണ്ടപ്പോൾ? കുളത്തിങ്കലിന് കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. കുളത്തിങ്കലിൻ്റെയും ഓപ്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അപ്പം ഞാൻ കഴിയാനുള്ള തനിമയുടെ കഴിഞ്ഞതറുള്ള കാണിക്കണ And the next player, അപ്പോൾ ഇതാണ് ഇനി. അപ്പോൾ ഫോറസ്റ്റ് യുണൈറ്റഡിന് 5 രൂപ വിളിക്കാനുണ്ട്. പ്രസിഡൻസിക്ക് 2. ഓക്കെ, ഇട്ടോ തുടങ്ങാം. Next player, player number 347, 347. Munir on screen, starting with 1,000. Call 1, call 2, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 173, 173. Binis EK, starting with 1,000. Call 1 for 1,000, call 2 for 1,000, and the player is unsold. The next player, player number 106, 106. Ani on screen, starting with 1,000. Cancel on. കഴിഞ്ഞു അപ്പോൾ ഓപ്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു ലൈക്ക് നമ്മുടെ സോൾഡിൽ അതായത് ഫസ്റ്റത്തെ ലിസ്റ്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇനി അൺസോൾഡ് ലിസ്റ്റ് ഉള്ളൂ അതൊരു പണി എഴുതി തരട്ടെ അല്ലേ അല്ല ആവശ്യമുള്ളൊരു നമ്പർ ചെയ്തെടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവരതോ പ്ലേ നമ്പർ 288 സുബീന്ദ്രൻ എന്താ PCs 1000 ബിഡ് തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും വേണോ അത് ചോദിക്കാൻ രക്ഷയില്ല ഈ പ്ലെയറിനെ PCs 1000 ബിഡ് ഉണ്ട് വേണോ പ്രസിഡൻസി വേണ്ട ഇനി ആർക്കൊക്കെ കിട്ടാനുള്ള 1 2 3 PCസിനോട് തൊട്ടെ അവ പ്ലെയർ സോൾഡ് ടു PCs 1000 എടാ പ്ലെയർ നമ്പർ 288 കേട്ടാ മെജോ ഭായ് വിൽ ബി പ്ലേയിങ് ഫോർ PCs ഫോർ 1000 364 മെജോ ഭായ് 364 ഒന്നുണ്ടാവോ അനീസിന് ലെജൻസ് ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് അനീസിന് ലെജൻസിന് കൊടുത്തോട്ടെ അല്ല അവിടെ കൊടുത്തോട്ടെ ഓക്കെ അനീസിന് ലെജൻസിന് കൊടുക്കുകയാണ് ഓക്കെ അപ്പൊ അനീസ് 1000 ലെജൻസിന് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ കഴിഞ്ഞു അപ്പൊ താങ്ക് യു ലെജൻസിന്റെയും കഴിഞ്ഞു ഇനി അടുത്തത് ACA ഫോറസ് പ്രസിഡൻസി 3 പേർക്കാണ് പ്ലേയേഴ്സിനെ വേണ്ടത് മാജിക് ലോണും വേണം മൊത്തം 9 പ്ലേയേഴ്സിനെ കൂടി വേണം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വേറെ ഏതെങ്കിലും പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന്റെ കാര്യം പറയാനുണ്ടോ എത്ര 371 മുറാദ് ഗഫൂറിനെ ഒന്ന് ശ്രദ്ധിക്കൂട്ടോ കൊടുത്തോട്ടെ അപ്പൊ മാജിക് വേണം മുറാദ് ഗഫൂറിനെ വേണം പ്രസിഡൻസി അപ്പൊ 1200 അപ്പൊ മുറാദ് ഗഫൂർ സോൾഡ് ടു പ്രസിഡൻസി ഫോർ 1200 അപ്പൊ പ്രസിഡൻസിയുടെ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഓരോടും വേണ്ടേ അതാരാ 107 എടുത്ത് 107 റിയാസിന് പ്രസിഡൻസി കൊടുക്കുകയാണ് പ്രസിഡൻസിക്ക് എന്തായാലും കാശുണ്ട് അപ്പൊ പ്രസിഡൻസി കൊടുക്കാം അപ്പൊ പ്രസിഡൻസിയുടെ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാ മുറാദ് ഗഫൂറിനെ റിയാസിനെ പ്രസിഡൻസി എടുത്തു പ്രസിഡൻസിയുടെ ഓപ്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് താങ്ക് യു ഇനി 159 അങ്ങനെ ഒരാളില്ല 189 സജീവ് സൈമൺ ആണോ 59 ഇല്ലെന്നാ ഒക്കെ പോയി നെക്സ്റ്റ് വേറെ ശ്യാമണ്ണ നിങ്ങളുടെ ACA ആരെങ്കിലും പറയാനുണ്ടോ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടോ ഏതെങ്കിലും പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് 161 വീണ്ടും ഗോകുലിന് കൊടുത്തോട്ടെ മാജിക് ലോൺ ഗോകുലിനെ കൊടുക്കുകയാണ് അപ്പൊ ഗോകുൽ സോൾഡ് ടു മാജിക് 11 അപ്പൊ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടോ മാജിക് ലോണിന്റെ ഓപ്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു താങ്ക് യു ഇനി ACA അരിമ്പൂരിന് ഒറ്റ പ്ലെയറെ മതി ACA അരിമ്പൂർ ആ ഒറ്റ പ്ലെയറെ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ ബാക്കി 5 പേര് എടുത്തോളൂ 365 365 ഒന്ന് നോക്കാവോ മജോ ഭായ്? ഷംലി അല്ലേ? അല്ല. നമുക്ക് അടുത്തത് പൂള് തിരിക്കണം അല്ലേ? ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. എടുത്തിട്ടില്ല? ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ. രിമ്പൂറിന് വേണ്ടി ഞങ്ങൾ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഇടാൻ പോണേണ്. നോക്കാം. സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ്. 3 പൂളിൽ അതേനാ. പൂൾ 1 ACA കിങ്സ് അമ്മ ലെജൻഡ്സ് ഓഫ് ലോർഡ്സ് PC വെങ്ങനശ്ശേരി. പൂൾ 2 പരമൽ ഫൈറ്റേഴ്സ് സെഞ്ചുറി ഫോറസ്റ്റ് യുണൈറ്റഡ് മാജിക് 11 ആൻഡ് പൂൾ 3 കുളത്തിങ്കൽ 11 തനിമ ഫിയനിക്സ് ആൻഡ് DD കണ്ണര ആൻഡ് പ്രസിഡൻസി. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ 3 പൂളായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഓൾ സെറ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ ഓൾ ദി ബെസ്റ്റ്. ഇനി ജേഴ്സിയിലുണ്ടോ? ഇല്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഓൾ ദി ബെസ്റ്റ്. പൂള് തിരിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും വിജയാശംസകൾ നേരുന്നു. നമുക്കതോടുകൂടി നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഓപ്ഷനോട് അവസാനിപ്പിക്കാം. സക്സസ്ഫുള്ളായിട്ട് OPL സീസൺ 4 പവർഡ് ബൈ ഫോറസ്റ്റ് യുണൈറ്റഡ് അതിൻ്റെ ഓപ്ഷൻ ഇവിടെ അവസാനിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നതായിട്ട് അറിയിക്കുന്നു. ഇതിനുവേണ്ടി സഹകരിച്ച എല്ലാ ടീം ഓണേഴ്സിനും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി നന്ദി അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു. നമസ്കാരം.